Ahem. Oh, whoa. Hold on. Let me fix my camera. Oh, there we go. Whoops. Got to have a whiteout. Hey, everybody. Welcome back to the Brain Domain. It's me, your boy. Zen, thank you for resubscribing. 35 months. Hell yeah. Good afternoon, everybody, or good evening if you're lucky enough to be in the European time zone. See if I can get my camera a little more stable. It's a little, there we go, a little wobbly. How's it going, everybody? How are we doing today? It's Sunday. It's Sunday. We're here for some Q&A. Doing good? I'm doing good. Didn't stream yesterday. I was doing some laundry, doing some tidying up. Took a little bit of time off to just chill. We're doing good. Is it cold in my room? Space is kind of cold. Out where I'm at, you know what? It's a little chilly out here. It's a little chilly out here. It's winter in outer space. I have a problem. When I make a mistake, I dwell on it and I overthink the consequences. Word for that it would be probably perfectionism. I think an ad just ran. Give me a minute. I'll circle back around to that one. I'll circle back around to that one. Isn't space like negative 400 degrees? Hence the coat, brother. It's chilly out here. Love this stream. It's very interesting. Thank you. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to make something interesting. I was trying to go for a gray and blue look. So I've got the blue lenses on, I've got the coat, it actually is kind of chilly in my room, if I'm being honest, just to get, yeah, it is a little chilly here. I think we're free from the ad, so I'm gonna go back to the question we had in chat. Whenever I see somebody not subscribed ask a question that an ad hits at the same time, I'm always like, dang. I try to just outwait the ad. It just takes some time to stall. Was my bachelor's in psychology as well? Yeah, I got both of my degrees were in psychology. What can I say? I couldn't get enough of it. It's a good question too. It is a good question. It's a perfectionism question. Would I go for a PhD? Honestly, no. When you get a PhD in psychology, that pretty much just sentences you to a life in academia. You just spend a lot of time talking to other PhDs about your research studies and your methodologies and your statistical analysis, and I would rather eat a shoe. Like, don't get me wrong, I know how to conduct a good experiment, I know how to perform a good statistical analysis. I might have to brush back up on it, it's been a little while. But, so I don't feel like it's outside of my skill set, but it's definitely just not my calling. You know? For me, the only reason to go back and be a doctor is so that people have to call me doctor. It's just a purely narcissistic pursuit. Also, I feel like you learn a lot out in the real world talking to real people outside of a laboratory. One of the main issues with like academic pursuits, especially as far as psychology goes, is you have to adhere to like you have to do, you know, you got to do your due diligence, you got to make sure that you're quantifying things appropriately, you got to make sure that you're, you know, your tests and they're significant and they're valid and all of that. And I like applied psychology. I like the psychology that exists in the world around me, in the people walking down the street, in the everybody that you meet. They've got an original point of view. And I say, hey, what a wonderful kind of day, where we can laugh and run and play and get along with each other. I will never miss an opportunity to transition into the theme song from Arthur. What do I do for a tummy ache? Depends. It would either be Tums or good old Pepsid. You know, I love coffee and I love spicy food, and both of them give me heartburn, so this is just the life I have to live. You know, I gotta keep up with my rock and roll lifestyle. I feel like PhDs are redundant in most majors. See, that's the thing about PhDs as far as most academic fields go, is like, do you want to do research in that field? Do you want to like work at a university? Do you want to teach? Do you want to conduct studies and write reports and peer review other people's reports to make sure that they're statistically and scientifically valid? They have a different form of doctorate that you can get in psychology. You can just get a doctorate of psychology. It's called a PsyD. And it's a much shorter program, and it's not based on research. It's more about applied psychology. So if I were to go back for a doctorate, I would probably just do a PsyD program. I have no interest in working in academia. I follow a lot of PhDs, like on Blue Sky. I follow a lot of like researchers and PhDs and, you know, people who work and research in the psychology field, because I try to stay on the up and up, you know, I try to stay in the know. And I can just tell that like being in the PhD world is not really what it's all cracked up to be. You would think that having a PhD would make you an easy fit for a job, but that's not necessarily the case. I'm gonna get back to Notorious Gamer's question before we get too far away from it. So let me take that real quick. Because it sounds like you're dealing with some perfectionism. You said, when I make a mistake, I dwell on it and overthink the consequences. I can't accept it. The regret is too much for me to handle, and I keep looking back in the past, wishing I'd done something different, almost wishing I can go back in the past. This is perfectionism to a T. You know, it's analysis paralysis. But you got to recognize what it is that's actually going on here. What you are doing in spending time now regretting the past is you are creating more time that you are going to regret in the future. Because in 2 weeks, you're going to look back and be like, oh man, why I was so upset for all that time. You know, you're in the process of creating problems for tomorrow. Don't let perfect get in the way of good. To fail is part of the process. To fail is inevitable. It's about what we learn from it, though. We learn a lot more from our failures than we do from our successes. Take an opportunity to look back and see what could I have done differently, and then apply it next time. Because if you're focused on changing things that are unchangeable, I'm just going to be very honest and direct here. It's a waste of your time to think about, like, what if? What could have been different? You know, because that's impossible. You don't want to waste any time trying to solve an unsolvable equation. So learn from it what you can, and take that knowledge and apply it to your next attempt so that you can move closer to where you're trying to get to. We like to think that perfectionism makes us better at doing things, and that's just the opposite of true. Perfectionism prevents you from doing anything. So there are two types of mistakes. Mistakes I made out of emotion. I saw the consequences but still did it. That happens. You know, sometimes emotions override things. Emotions can be very powerful things. They have a way of stepping in and taking over the driver's seat, you know, especially when we're caught off guard. But hey, you still learn from it, so that's what really matters. Number two, a mistake I made but didn't know the consequences. Number one is very hard to forgive myself, but number two, it's easy to forgive myself. But for number one, not really. Well, for number one, you gotta recognize that what you're doing there, that is human stuff. That is what humans do. Humans do that every single day. So forgive yourself for being human. Forgive yourself for having the limitations that humans do. We are emotionally driven creatures. Sometimes we act in ways that are remorseful, but what all we can do is learn from that and grow and try to do better. But if we're just going to punish ourselves forever for making a mistake in the past, we're just continuing to hurt ourselves. We're making more mistakes to try to solve an old mistake. So what can we learn from this moment right now? If you have a hard time forgiving yourself, just start off by forgiving yourself for being human. You know, forgiving yourself for making a mistake doesn't mean that you didn't learn from the mistake. It doesn't mean that you're going to repeat the mistake. All that it means is that you're continuing to punish yourself for something that you don't need to be punishing yourself over. Have you corrected the behavior? Have you learned from it? If you learned from it, if you've corrected whatever it was that needed correcting, then why are we still upset with ourselves? Ghosty said, so I got out of a crisis center. Should I try to relax and process things for today? Yeah, that's the one. Or should I try to get back into my routine? I mean, there are probably some things from your routine that you should probably still keep up with. But I wouldn't worry so much about keeping up with everything in the routine. Take some time to rest. Work some rest time into the routine if it's not there already. Thanks, that actually freed me a bit. That's how it starts. You know, when you free yourself from those feelings, it's not an immediate, full, complete release. You know, it's not like popping a pimple. It's a slow pressure release. Have you ever done a pressure cooker? Have you ever done an Instant Pot and you have to release the steam? It can take a little while to get that full release. Going back to what Ghosty said, you know, maybe now is a good time to take a look at our routine and to see if anything about our routine was contributing to why we found ourselves in a crisis center. You know, now's not such a bad time to do a little bit of a meta-analysis. Take a step back from it and say, okay, let's take a look at the structure here. Let's take a look at this routine. Now's a good time to do some revision. It's a good time to make some tweaks. If you could work in like 10, 20 minutes a day just to sit there and just meditate, highly recommend. Highly recommend. Take it out of your doom scrolling time, you know? Take it out of your Reddit time or your, you know, your social media time. Ooh. All right, I feel like we're cooking today. I feel like it's Sunday. We're cooking. Alrighty. We're gonna get into the question box here in a moment. The reason why I went was because I've been a bit of a bad boyfriend and an irresponsible father, and I've been treating my girlfriend really badly, and I've just been wondering what key points I should keep in mind when I'm having the conversation of my apology and what I'm going to do to change with her. You know, I think the first thing to do is to recognize where those feelings are actually stemming from. You know, Are you feeling fulfilled at work? Are you feeling, connected in your relationships outside of the relationships, with your girlfriend and your kids? You know, take a look at where that is actually coming from and then realize that, like, I'm displacing it. I'm not actually, you know, angry at my girlfriend or angry, at my family. I'm redirecting my energy there. That's something that we do as people, is we take out our energy, our anger, in places that feel safe to do so. And that very often means we take it out on, the people that we care about the most, because we know that they're gonna forgive us. And so what we end up doing is we take whatever it is we're really angry about, work, society, politics, existential dread, and we channel it into an easy target. That means, the people that we're closest to, our friends, our family, our loved ones. So I think I would just reaffirm that you are committed to growth and change, that you appreciate their patience as you continue to work on improving yourself. Just let them know how much it is you care about them and how much you want to grow and learn and heal. It stems from trauma. I was abused as a child and teenager. And that's where that deep healing really comes into handy, doing some inner child work, looking back and, there's different exercises and techniques for that. They do it a lot in therapy. It's also stuff that you can do on your own, but I would just advise you that doing it can be stressful. Realize that you are trying to be the adult that you needed when you were younger. What was it that you needed from grown-ups when you were a kid, when you were a teenager? What was it that you needed from them? Be that person. Be patient, be compassionate, be kind. What's up, man? I haven't seen you in a while. Tomorrow, I'm applying for a job in a school for kids with special needs, but never had any experience in that field, so now I'm questioning if I am suitable for that job. How can I know if I am? Are you patient? Are you kind? Are you compassionate? You're gonna learn how to do the job at the job. See, that's the thing. Like, when you're going into a job like this for the first time, there's only so much that you can anticipate and expect ahead of time. You gotta do a lot of learning on the job. And so as long as you're willing to learn on the job about how to do the job, you'll do just fine. Don't expect that you have to know everything going in. And sometimes it might take you a little while to really get the hang of it. It might take you a few weeks. It might take you a few months before you really start feeling like, okay, I get it. That's fine. So just show that kindness and compassion to yourself as well as you continue to learn how to do that role. And how can I know? The only way to know is to try. And to see what happens. That's how you figure that out. You can't know ahead of time. You can't know what's in the box until you open the box. My dad hated his life and made us hate ours. Well, you don't need to let him decide you don't need to let him decide that for you. That's your decision to make. You don't need to keep up the family tradition of hating your life. Because his dad probably did it to him, and his dad's dad probably did it to him. And it probably goes all the way down to the roots of that family tree. Do you ever like look at a family tree, or do you ever think about your entire ancestral line, and do you ever just think about how crappy some of them were to their kids? Just think about being a kid growing up in like the 1600s. It's like, what are you complaining about? Go get back out there and start picking those apples. You know what I mean? But you know what? We're amongst the first generations to really be able to look back at that and say, you know what? That stops with me. I'm going to break that tradition. So if my dad hates his life, and he learned that from his dad, and he learned that from his dad, and that goes back on through time, that's a family tradition. Do I want to keep up with that family tradition, or am I choosing to end it? Generational trauma is, you know, it's something that is real and that it exists. It's passed down, you know, grandparents, parents, their children. It just, you know, a lot of parents are motivated to do better than their parents did. A lot of us have probably heard at some point in our life, you should be glad that my parents weren't your parents. Grandma and Grandpa weren't Grandma and Grandpa when I was little. A lot of us have probably heard that. I know I have a few times. You know, whether or not you hate your life, at the end of the day, that's your choice to make. It might not feel like a choice at times, but it really is, you know? It really is. Which of my thoughts am I gonna back up? Which of my, you know, because I've got conflicting beliefs about myself. We've all got conflicting beliefs about ourselves. I know that we like to think that when we have a belief about something, that's it. It's just, that's the belief. It is what it is. Our brains are a bit more complicated than that. In reality, you've actually got two brains. You've got two halves of your brain. You could survive with just one half of it. You don't need a whole brain. There was a guy they found in France. He had 90% of his brain missing. The rest of it was just full of water. He was okay. Like, relatively okay. I think they clocked him at like a 70, 75 IQ, which is like functional. That's a functional IQ. You know, you can have a job, pay rent with that IQ, like, no problem. The thing about your brain is that it's so big and so complicated, and it's got two halves that are connected by this fibrous tissue called the corpus callosum. Those two halves of your brain, they can have completely separate and distinct beliefs about something. IQ is a hoax anyway. I know, but I don't normally bring up IQ at all because I agree with what you're saying there. I'm mentioning it just because I want within the context of like that guy who was missing a bunch of his brain. Let me show you something. I want to make your brain itch. I want to make your brain tingle a little bit. So, in your brain, there are two hemispheres, the left and the right. Your brain is a mirror of itself on the left and right side. In the middle, there is this tissue called the corpus callosum. And this is just a data transfer cable that allows the two sides of your brain to communicate. And what happens if you cut that, because you can cut it and the two sides of your brain can't communicate anymore, but you can still function. They've done this for people who have very severe seizures. You know, if the seizures are bouncing back and forth between the hemispheres, it can do a lot of damage to your brain. But if it can just be isolated to one half of the brain, the damage isn't as bad. And so it's a very radical procedure, but they will sometimes do that. Snip it right down the middle. So anyway, what ends up happening if you split the two halves of your brain is now your brain isn't in communication with each other, but they still try to communicate outside of just inside your brain internally. Let's say that you're trying to pick out what you want to wear that day. You're trying to pick out what you want to wear that day, and you reach into the closet and you grab something off the rack, and, you know, this half of my brain, because one hand is controlled by one half of the brain, the other hand is controlled by the opposite half of the brain. And so your hands both have different halves of the brain that control them. Right hand reaches out, picks an outfit. Oh yeah, this is a good shirt, let's wear this today. Left hand might hate that outfit, and it might yank it out of your hand. It might slap it out of your hand. Maybe right hand wants a donut, but left hand's on a diet. There's also a lot more that goes into it when you have a split brain, because the part of your brain that can like process reading words and the part of your brain that can speak what it is reading, or the part of your brain that can like see an image and then convert it into a word. Those happen on like different sides of your brain, and so there's some really interesting effects when the two halves of your brain can't communicate anymore. Anyway. So yeah, you can have internal disagreements with yourself. You can believe I love myself and I hate myself at the same time. They're not mutually exclusive. So that just means, you know, who is it that you want to, who do you want to go with on that one? Which of those beliefs do you want to put your money on? As they say in AA, which one of those dogs do you want to feed today? The dog that likes you or the dog that hates you? Or maybe you're just a nice person and you like dogs and you want to feed both of them. Hello, do you remember that guy asking about his GF's family being very Adventist extremists a few days ago? Well, it turns out she has DID, and who I met was one of her alternative personalities. Oh. Now that's a rare find. DID is very rare as far as disorders go. Especially like actual diagnosable DID. The thing about DID is that it kind of got popularized on TikTok, and a lot of people started like forming communities around it. There are people on TikTok who they're like DID TikTokers, and that's their whole gimmick, is just like making content about having alternate personalities, and they have millions of followers. And the thing about this is that it can cause people to start manifesting those symptoms themselves just by watching someone else do it. It's actually fascinating. I've done many deep dives on DID TikTok, and those are hours that I can't get back, but I'm glad I did it. I learned a lot. But all good. Her main personality was conscious and we love each other. We're cool. You know, I would just say, if you're with somebody who has DID, what they should be working towards is reintegration. You know, if your personality is a mirror, DID is a hammer, and it smashes that mirror, and your personality is now in a bunch of fragments. The goal here for treatment and healing is to put that mirror back together. You just want to be mindful about DID as far as like embellishment of symptoms. DID is one of those things that I've observed. I've seen a lot of this on TikTok, is just this embellishment of the symptoms, because it can get you so much attention, it can get you so much traction in social media to just like really, you know, adhere to these different personalities. And I've seen DID TikTokers who went to therapy and they reintegrated, and then people on TikTok were just like very critical and hateful of them because they're like, you lied about having DID, you never had DID. And they're like, no, I went to therapy, I reintegrated, I'm feeling better now. I don't know. TikTok, especially the mental health side of TikTok, it's the Wild West. It's the Wild West out there. And so what I would say is, if you do have DID, you should try to put that personality back together. That should be the goal. Because even though you might feel like you have multiple personalities, they don't add up to one whole complete personality, you know? I was gonna say I want both dogs fed, but maybe I keep the nice dog as a pet and the bad dog stays somewhere else. Yeah, like put the bad dog, you know, keep them out in the doghouse, you know. they can show up when the house needs protecting. You know, if there's home invaders, it's like that's when you want to call in the bad dog. Like, all right, sick 'em. But you don't need the bad dog to be sleeping in bed with you. You know, you don't need to be cuddled up on the couch with the bad dog. From what I learned, I must be supportive and with her peace and calm, so she could be stable in her main personality, right? Oh, and give her peace and calm. I just want you to know that it's not entirely your responsibility. Because what she needs to do is also be working on her ability to regulate her own emotions. It's not fully on you. Like, if you have a bad day and you get upset and it's like, okay, maybe I need to take a break. Maybe, you know, we just need a little bit of space. I'm going to give you some space. That's fine. But we don't want to, I don't want to see you, and I'm not saying that this is happening. I just want you to be mindful of it. I don't want to see you feeling responsible for their emotions. Because her emotions are her responsibility. Like, yes, you do want to be compassionate, kind, and patient. As we would want everyone to be. But we don't want to see you getting blamed, especially if you're not doing anything wrong, just because they had a bad day. And like, the reason why I mention that is because it's something that I've seen from time to time. People will use like a diagnosis as a way of like basically just being manipulative and controlling. And you don't want to, like, a diagnosis does not just, it does not excuse your behavior. A diagnosis can explain your behaviors as why they are, but it doesn't excuse them. It's still your responsibility to work on them. And so again, I'm not saying that that's what's happening. I'm not trying to say that that's what's happening. I just want to say just be mindful of it. You know, you want to make sure that you're not being manipulated because they have a diagnosis. I've just seen people use a diagnosis as a means of making excuses for their own crappy behavior. I've seen it firsthand so many times in working in mental health. Just people just doing stuff that's just completely out of line, completely inappropriate, and they're like, well, I got a diagnosis, can't do any better. I'm like, you can't use it as an excuse. You have to be accountable. You know, you did that stuff. You gotta own that. You can't just be like, diagnosis. I've seen it happen, and thankfully it's not that common, but I've seen it happen. Like, people will just use it as a license to behave poorly, and it's in very bad taste. Many want to say that autism caused the Nazi salute. That is offensive. Like, the idea that people will explain away what Elon Musk did at the inauguration by just saying that he's autistic, that is offensive in so many ways. I've known many autistic people. I'm probably on the spectrum myself. It's never just made me spontaneously a Nazi. I've never met anybody who was just like, well, let's just, no. The thing that really, I do want to talk about this for just a moment. Like, people like Ben Shapiro defending it. It's like, okay, Ben, if what he did wasn't a Nazi salute, then you do it. I would just say that to anybody who wants to dismiss it. Say that to anybody that you come across that's just like, I don't think that's what it was. I think we're misunderstanding it. Then tell them to do it. Do it right now. Can I get you on video doing it? Let me get you on video doing it. If it wasn't a Nazi salute, then what's the problem? Let me record you doing it, and I'll post it online. I'll send it to your boss. If it's not a Nazi salute, there's no problem. I thought that was the Roman salute. Nazis just stole it. Yep, and unfortunately, when Nazis appropriate stuff, that just kind of ruins it for everybody. I'm looking at you, toothbrush mustache. The style of mustache, the toothbrush mustache, it was ruined because of the Nazis. It was ruined. Not that it's a good style of mustache, it's kind of stupid looking, but they ruined it. They stole, like, the iconography. Like, the symbol of the swastika predates Nazism by thousands of years. It's like, it's an ancient, like, Hindu, or I think it's like Hindu or Buddhist. I don't exactly remember, but it's like, it's another, like, it was just a religious symbol that they appropriated. So yeah, if you encounter anybody who wants to defend what Elon Musk did and say that it wasn't a Nazi salute, then invite them to do it. Just be like, go ahead, you do it. You do it then if it's okay to do. Like, the things that really stick out to me, the people who are defending it, it's like, the ADL? The ADL defended it? Ben Shapiro defended it? Well, like, Holocaust historians and, you know, people who have studied fascism and people who have studied Nazi Germany, they're like, yes, that was a Nazi salute. That is exactly what it was. And some people are just like, I don't know. The ADL defended it. They did. They did. They tweeted about it, like, right after it happened. They're like, I know this is a touchy subject, but let's not be hasty here. Autistic women never seem to get the same benefit of the doubt from what I've seen. No, they typically just get misdiagnosed with other disorders. They get labeled hysterical. That's what happens. Alrighty, we've got some questions in the box. Let's get into it. Is there any hope for this country? Start a commune. You know, move out to the country, start a homestead, bring all your friends. That's my game plan. Like, alright, I'm gonna go out to the woods for a while. We'll come back out when things settle down, maybe. That's my game plan. Alright, we're gonna, if you need to find me, I'll be 5 miles deep in the woods. Alrighty, let's get into some questions. This first one that we're getting to, this one, alright, we're hitting the ground running here. We're hitting the ground running here. Okay, let's take a look at this one. What sort of trauma causes incestuous drives in a person? I'm not talking just attraction to older sex partners, but actual serious attraction to family members. I think it's some sort of repression of trauma or transforming hatred into a sexual drive. What causes these urges? Thanks. Well, I would comfortably guess, because I don't have the data in front of me. You know, this is something we have to speculate on because I don't think that we've properly collected data from every instance of this type of thing, so to determine the root cause for everyone. But let's go with what's the most likely culprit here. That would be sexual abuse. That would be the most common form of trauma that you would see that would probably develop into an incestuous relationship. Just look at it as a way of coping with that trauma, you know, just heavy subject matter, but that's probably the most likely scenario. It's coping with something that you know to be wrong by rationalizing it, by, you know, turning it into something that you feel more control over. Another really common drive for something like this would be manipulation, grooming, just like it's what you learn, it's what you see, it's what you're told. Like, think about people who live out in like the deep, remote regions of the world where they might have more like incestuous relationships. It's like you got brothers marrying sisters, and then they're having kids, and then their kids are having kids. So it could also be a sign of like being more low functioning, I guess. Like you're just not like cognitively aware of the risks and the dangers, and anyway, those are my thoughts. One of the things that you'll see fairly commonly as a coping mechanism for trauma, and I'm not saying it's like the most common even, I'm just saying you see it fairly regularly. In order to cope with a trauma, a person might try to regain a sense of control over that aspect of their life in which they were traumatized. And so sometimes you see a person who might have been, sexually abused as a child becoming like hypersexual as an adult, or they might even end up like developing like preferences or kinks or fetishes centered around that trauma as a means of feeling a sense of control over that trauma. Anyway, hitting the ground running today. What if I never become the person I want to be? Keep trying anyway. Here's the thing. The person that you're going to end up becoming is a stranger to you. You have no idea what that person's going to be. If you're lucky, you'll end up somewhere in the neighborhood of the person that you're trying to be. Allow yourself to be wrong about things. Allow yourself to be mistaken about yourself. Because you might find yourself down the road and think, this thing that I thought was going to make me happy or make me feel fulfilled just wasn't it. And I need to find something different, and that's okay. It's about the journey, not the destination. All you have to worry about is wanting to be who you are today. Because that's all you'll ever be, is who you are in the moment that you're in. So if you can learn to love that person, well, then you're set. Now you're cooking. There's a reason why we don't really want to embellish on this type of thinking, and that's because that is us trying to pre-write our ending. We're trying to figure out the end of our story, and we're trying to write a bad ending for ourselves. It's like, we don't need to be embellishing those thoughts whatsoever. We gotta be more mindful of the moment that we are in. Where am I at right now? What direction am I headed in? What am I moving towards? In what ways am I growing as a person? That's what really matters. It's 15 years overdue. That's a lot of catching up. I can guarantee that it will not take you 15 years to catch up. Because in those 15 years, you were still learning things, you were trying things, you were figuring stuff out, and so that time that that might feel completely wasted, I doubt it was completely wasted. Do you remember when we talked about how in meditation you can think about a feeling or a sensation, and if you focus on it, if you clear your mind and focus on that feeling or sensation, you can actually start to feel that feeling. You can actually start to feel it. Whether it be, walking. If you sat there and just thought about walking, you cleared your mind enough, and you just thought about walking, what you'll notice is that you're starting to activate your leg muscles. And you're starting to feel like you're moving a little bit. And the deeper you go into that, the more that you can elicit that feeling. It's kind of like how when you feel like you're doing something in a dream. When you're in the dream, it feels like you're doing that thing, even though you're not actually doing that thing. It's the power of your brain. It's something that you can tap into actively if you practice it. A fun one to try, a sensation to try to imagine, is the sensation. And the person I had in mind when I mentioned this was actually Ding Dong Chan. You're the one that came to mind when I thought of this, because you're one of my meditators. Is Zen here? Zen's also a good meditator. Where are my meditators at? Where are my experienced meditators at? I have a fun meditation exercise I'd like for you to try. Skeener, oh yeah, Skeener's here. A sensation that I want you to try to evoke when you are meditating is the sensation of unfoldment. Like, of being unfolded. Expanding. And in many ways, that's what we're doing. We are in the process of unfoldment. Like what a flower does when it has to do a little bit of blooming. All I can say is that if you're meditating and you're deep into it and you start to focus on that feeling of unfoldment, of expanding, of blooming, it can really just feel quite profound. So anyway, that's for the meditators out there. What's your opinion on elephants? I love elephants. Love a good elephant. They got 300-pound babies. Hold on, I'm trying to find this picture. Yeah, here it is. These pictures of like a herd of elephants sleeping from above. Just look at them. Elephants are cool. Elephants are cool. I like elephants. An elephant is the type of animal where, like, if I had the means and if it were legal, like, I would own an elephant. Like, I would want an elephant and just, like, ride around on it. Well, that'd be cool. But, you know, it's just in the world of hypotheticals. Anyway, there's just something about, like, the way that they'll, like, basically interlock with one another whenever they're just, like, lying down sleeping somewhere. This almost, like, fractally pattern that they make. How complex is an elephant brain? Elephants can do... Elephants have brains that are very well designed for what it is to, like, be an elephant. You know, the things that you have to know how to do if you are an elephant. Like where to find water, you know, where to find food, your migration routes. You know, they're migratory, they'll wander around and they always follow the same paths. Let me show you this real quick. There was a hotel. There was a hotel where they built this hotel, and it happened to be on an elephant migration route, and so the elephants needed a route through it because they take the same path every time they migrate. And so what ends up happening is when you build a hotel there, you're going to have elephants walking through the hotel. There's also another story I've heard about elephants and just their memories. There was a group of elephants that they migrated past this village. Like every year they walked past the same village. And one year during their migration, some guy in the village is like throwing rocks at the elephants. And then the next time they go on that migration route and they pass by the village, they knock down his house, just that one guy's house. They're like, that's what you get for throwing rocks at us, by the way. So when they say an elephant never forgets, elephants do have really good memory in certain ways. They're smart enough to like play a prank on you. Have you seen the video where an elephant like took a guy's hat and then it pretended to eat it? And then it gave it back to him. It's like, it's fine. Or like, I've seen videos of like somebody be riding on an elephant and they drop their shoe, and the elephant will pick it up with the trunk and then hand it to them. I love elephants. I had a capuchin monkey prank me one time. And see, that's why in a lot of places, you know, like in a lot of Eastern like religions and Eastern traditions, there are more like monkeys incorporated into their folklore because there are monkeys there. You know, you have like the idea of like Wukong, or like the trickster god being like a monkey. That's not something that like Western ideologies really relate to because we don't have monkeys. But monkeys really are tricksters. There's a reason why the Eastern idea of like the trickster god is a monkey. There are tourist spots where the monkeys have learned to steal people's phones, and then if you want your phone back, you have to give them food. They will steal your phone and then ransom it back to you. A hard day's work, you know, just it ain't much, but it's the chimps we derive from are super brutal. Oh yeah, you would not want to be a chimpanzee. You would much rather be a bonobo. If you were to be like that class of ape, maybe an orangutan. Orangutans are pretty cool too. Gorillas are actually also super peaceful. Gorillas will just ignore you because you're not even on the gorilla's radar unless you're actively trying to mess with it. Unless you're trying to mess with the gorilla, it does not care that you are there because it does not perceive you as a threat. It would snap you like a twig. It's just gonna ignore you. But if you start like posturing and you start like confronting it and trying to like challenge it, it's gonna charge at you. The thing about a chimpanzee though is like they're savage. Like they know where your weak spots are. It's like they'll go for your face. They'll go for your gonads. They'll grab your dick and twist it. They don't care about fighting honorably. They are nasty. Bonobos on the other hand are actually very peaceful. While chimpanzees solve their problems by fighting, bonobos resolve their conflicts by making love. And not just in a straight way. They do it, you know, man on man, woman on woman. They do it all. Sometimes I feel like in the human psyche, there is the bonobo side and there is the chimpanzee side. You will definitely encounter people who are much more chimpanzee coded. They're very quick to violence, and then you will see other people who might be a little bit more bonobo coded. They're lovers, not fighters. Chimpanzees even expand their territory even if having enough space and resources. That's that squirrel brain for you. Can never hoard enough nuts for the winter. Can't have enough berries. Wasn't there an orangutan who could drive a golf cart? There was. I love that orangutan. They also have like a little car that he was driving around in too. I think okay, so you want to know the lore? There's a little bit of a backstory. A little bit of a backstory behind the orangutan that can drive a golf cart. The orangutan lives on like it's basically a really expensive zoo. And I think it's in Dubai. They have like a YouTube channel or something, and that's where they post all of the videos from it. But they actually got it like a little car too. It was driving not just the golf cart, but they actually like, it's a pretty good driver as it turns out. Just think, like, we could get this guy doing DoorDash. You want to see something though? You want a little bit more of a, you want to see more human psychology manifested by apes? All right, check this out. Let's show you how a monkey responds to getting paid an unfair wage.
The experiment that I want to mention to you is our fairness study. And so this became a very famous study, and there's now many more, because after we did this about 10 years ago, it became very well known. And we did...
Well, I don't want to just play the video outright, because I don't know if they're gonna... Whenever I play a YouTube video, I'll just explain what they're doing, and then I'll show you the footage. I'll cut out the part where he talks about it. So they had two monkeys, and they gave them a task. It's like, okay, you gotta hand me a rock. You hand me a rock, and then I'll pay you. I'll give you a snack. One monkey, every time they handed him a rock, they got a grape. Monkeys love grapes. The other monkey, whenever I hand you a rock, I give you a cucumber. Monkeys also like cucumbers, but they like grapes better. And so grapes are better than cucumbers. So just watch what happens when this monkey, who is getting paid cucumbers for his labor, let's see how he responds in finding that the monkey next to him is getting paid a grape for the same work.
On the right is the one who gets grapes. The one who gets cucumber, note that the first piece of cucumber is perfectly fine. The first piece she eats. Then she sees the other one getting grape, and you will see what happens. So she gives a rock to us, that's the task. And we give her a piece of cucumber, and she eats it. The other one needs to give a rock to us. And that's what she does. And she gets a grape. And she eats it. The other one sees that. She gives a rock to us now, gets again cucumber.
He threw it back at him. He said, take your... I don't want this. He said, I don't want this shit. He said, give me a grape.
She tests the rock now against the wall. She needs to give it to us. And she gets cucumber again. So this is basically the Wall Street protest that you see here.
Yeah. Which just makes you wonder, how long are people gonna be okay with cucumbers when there are other monkeys out there who are getting grapes? So stop giving the rock. Stop giving the rock back to your experimenter and demand a grape for your labor. This is why strikes work. Exactly. The power is in production. The power is in the labor. You know, the workers have all the power. which is why unions and solidarity are so important. This is why fascists have tried to stamp out collectivism and solidarity, and they've spent a lot of time and a lot of money trying to villainize it and make it look like a bad thing. Throw that cucumber back at them. Say, give me a grape, motherfucker. If the poor knew just how rich people are, there would be riots in the streets. Exactly, like that's what I've been saying. It's like, if you've ever seen just how exorbitantly wealthy some people can be, just how wasteful they can be with that wealth too, you would be furious. But we try not to think about it because we're like, well, you know, maybe if I just keep my head down, maybe if I just do what I'm told, and maybe I just keep working hard, I could be one of them. And it's not true. It's a lie. They want you to believe that so that you just work until you're dead. Anyway. Anyway, let's get back to the questions. We got some questions in the box. Let's go ahead and get back to it, shall we? A completely creative question. Oh, all right. Nice. Let's take a look. I love PC games connected to subconscious like Silent Hill. I want to make a D&D module for my friends that is basically a story of healing. The hamlet represents a person. Players play adventurers that venture into this hamlet, called there by one of the village members reaching out for help. The hamlet is dilapidated, depressing, rotting. Next to it is the giant corpse of a giant, symbolic past parent, part of the past marking the hamlet. In the town, we have resistance, a mob led by a thug that has banished healthy vulnerability due to the giant's abuse. Healthy vulnerability is represented by the banished Fae of Joy. This caused the hamlet to rot. Players, if they want, can face the resistance, the thug and his men, and defeat it and reinvite vulnerability, the Fae of Joy, into the hamlet for it to heal. My point is not dredging up players' traumas, I just really like such storytelling lately. Yes, also due to following your streams. I want to make an inspiring story of healing. What are your thoughts on it? How would you shape it? And thank you for your streams. Ooh, I like this question. This is fun. So we're doing some world building. I think that if it's a trauma, you know, and because what you're describing is like healing from a trauma. You know, there is this oppressive force, and it's still there, but like... The thing about trauma is that it's often buried deep. And so maybe in the story there could be like... You know, you remember Diablo 1? Have you ever played Diablo 1? Anybody here? In Diablo 1, the entire story is like you're just going deeper and deeper down. There's this you go to this cathedral, and then you go underneath it, you go into the basement, and then you realize that this just keeps going down and down and down all the way to hell. And so I think maybe just the incorporation of like going deeper and deeper down to find the root cause of this corruption, of this trauma that exists in the world. I really like that idea of like, you know, borrowing from like Diablo, where it's like you just keep going down and down and down, and it's just getting darker and more grim and more hellish. And then you realize that down at the base where this, you know, this trauma lies, like this is also the prison. This is the prison where joy has been locked away, this deep, dark dungeon. Yeah, oh, and I mean, I think if you look at like the combined stories of Diablo and Diablo 2 as this like, because really at the end of Diablo 1, the protagonist ends up becoming the villain. You know, they end up becoming overwhelmed by this evil force, and you know, then the next game is all about just undoing that damage. I mean, if you're like if you're building a world in D&D, it's like you could start off and they're going deep down. It's like maybe it's a mountain village or I don't know. It's like but like deep down there's like oh, there's like a sub basement and it leads into this like mine shaft and then the mine shaft is connected to these ancient ruins and it just keeps maybe you could even like depending on how big you want to make it, you could even make like subterranean creatures and stuff because there's a lot of stuff that you could borrow from like the Underdark. If you're doing D&D, you could have myconids. Those are pretty cool. They actually showed up in Baldur's Gate 3, which was pretty fun. We love the myconids, the mushroom people. Oh yeah, that's a fun world building idea. As far as like building that world, what I would say is like don't be afraid to like build as you go. I have a good friend of mine, he does a lot of DMing and sometimes he will over prepare, he will overbuild, and then in the game, the people will only actually see a small portion of what he actually built. So what I would say is just have a core set of like ideas that you want to incorporate and then find ways to weave them in. You don't have to be so rigid with the structure. Like feel free to improv. Feel free to like change things up as they go, just depending on how things progress. Would be a good symbol for the embodiment of trauma that is chained joy. Mmm. The first thing that came to mind for me was actually, it's from Magic the Gathering. It's the Avatar of Woe. Just this living embodiment of, like, sorrow. Anonymous with the 5 gifted subs. Hey, let's go. Thank you so much. Ooh, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much for the support, Anonymous. Whoever you might be. I love creative world building. It's a lot of fun. So yeah, I enjoy this question. This is this is the kind of nerdy stuff I'm into. Like, oh, you need help doing some brainstorming? You need help doing some, you know, creative exercises? I love it. I love world building. Hi, Joshua in chat. I am gay. Oh, hey, gay. How's it going? How's it going? What are the biggest red flags that your parent may be a narcissist? Well, let's talk about it. I would say the clearest red flag would be nothing is ever their fault. A complete and utter lack of accountability. It's never my fault, it's always your fault. And even if I did something bad, well, you made me do it. I wouldn't have done it if you hadn't upset me. And so in that way, I'm still blaming you for the things that I did. That's, to me, the biggest red flag that somebody is a narcissist. Complete and utter lack of accountability. If they did do something wrong, it's like, well, that's where they hit up the narcissist's prayer. The narcissist's prayer. That didn't happen. And if it did, it wasn't that bad. And if it was, that's not a big deal. And if it is, well, that's not my fault. And if it was, I didn't mean it. And if I did, you deserved it. This is the narcissist's prayer. No matter what happens, they always find a way to put it back onto you. It's your problem. You want to walk through this? Let's break it down real quick. Let's start off at the top there. That didn't happen. The quickest and easiest way to be dismissive is just to deny. You are mistaken. That didn't happen. I don't know where you heard that. I don't know where you got that from. You were lied to. You know, just the first way to dodge accountability is to just deny that the thing that happened actually happened. But let's say that they can't deny it because the proof is there. You've got receipts. Well, then that's when we move on to step 2, and that is to underplay the significance. It wasn't that bad. You're overreacting. And if it was that bad, well, then it's not a big deal. Think about the big picture. There's just this one little thing. Like, surely, you know, you're not gonna get so. Just think about, you know, they're like, it's not that big of a deal. You know, just think. They're trying to get you to see the bigger picture. Like, come on, like, what are you talking about? Just one little thing. Oh, it's just material stuff. You know, it's like. And so, if it was that bad, and it was a big deal, well, then it wasn't my fault. I'm gonna find somebody else to blame. It might be you. It might be somebody else. But I'm gonna find somebody else who I can pin this on, because it sure as hell isn't gonna be me. And let's say I've got nobody to blame. It was me that did that shit. I've got to own up to it. Well, then I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it that way. I didn't mean to do it. It was an accident. And if I did, I did mean to do it, well, then it's because you deserved it. Look at what you put me through. Look at how you make me feel. I was left with no choice. You see, this is the biggest indicator that somebody is a narcissist, in my opinion. They just cannot accept responsibility and accountability for the things that they do. Everything is always someone else's fault. The reason why they do this is because they have a very fragile ego. And if they accept any wrongdoing, then it crushes them. It's exhausting. It's exhausting playing defense, because that's what a lot of narcissists do, is they have to be not just very defensive, but they also have to be offensive from time to time. The best defense is a good offense, as they say. So I would say that's a big one, just complete and utter lack of accountability. Another one would be whenever you want to talk to them about how you feel, they shut you down because how you feel isn't important. Or they say something like, well, how do you think I feel? They make it about them. So yeah, those are some of the biggest signs that somebody is a narcissist. There's a lot of misunderstanding about what a narcissist actually is. A narcissist, traditionally speaking, we think a narcissist just has this very inflated sense of ego. They're always just talking about how great they are, and it's like, there are different forms of narcissism. Some narcissistic forms are very loud and very public. You see it in politics, you see it in movies and music. Those narcissists are very loud and proud with their narcissism. But some people, it's a bit more subtle, it's a bit more conniving. At the end of the day, it's just a way for them to maintain their fragile ego. Like, if you've met as many narcissists or seen as many people with narcissistic traits, what you would realize is that a lot of people who have these types of narcissistic traits, it's like, they've got no business being that full of themselves, you know what I mean? But at the end of the day, it all comes back to a complete avoidance of admittance to any wrongdoing. And if I do admit to that wrongdoing, I find someone else to blame. And if there is no one else to blame, well, then I guess you had it coming. You left me with no choice. You just can't own up to the way that they treat people. Oh, we got a TikTok here. All right, let's check it out. We got a little TikTok link here. We got unbanned so we can go to it. Oh, hello. This is pretty cool. Isn't AI, like, so entertaining, but also so frightening? Wait, is this Julius Caesar? Was that Julius Caesar there? Hold on. Who is this? I missed who that third one was. Emperor Titus. He looks like a cop. Let's just be honest, he looks like a cop. You know what I mean? He's got the look. Trust me, I speak from experience. I got the look myself. I got people thinking I'm a cop. I'm like, no, I'm not a cop. I'm just. I got the look. No, I had this client once. And we worked together for a long time, and we were really close. He was a former. He would. This is his words. He was a self-described drug kingpin. He says he used to be out in L.A. and he was just, really living that. He was really living that gangbanger lifestyle, and somehow he ended up finding himself out in the Midwest, homeless and schizophrenic. And I helped him put his life back together, helped him find a place to stay and get into treatment and all that stuff. But we were standing outside talking one time, and this was like in the city, because he was out in the city like doing some odd jobs and we needed to meet up. And so we were just standing on the sidewalk talking in the middle of the city, and he's just like, hey, can we talk in your car? I don't want people out here thinking I'm talking to a cop. I'm like, oh, yeah, you're right. I'm like, I knew what he meant. I'm like, okay, yeah, that's fine. Come on, man. It was funny. I was like, yeah, no denying it. They're like, yeah, we don't. I was like, you got me on that one, brother. There's Alexander the Great. History's most controversial bisexual. Atticus, are you dreaming? Atticus is dreaming. He's barking in his sleep. He's on a little bed next to me, and he's just going, huh, huh. He's dream barking. Yeah, shout out to Alexander the Great for being one of the first people to realize how overpowered a cavalry and a good phalanx was. I went to the Leonardo da Vinci exhibit, and they had a bunch of his like sketchbooks and recreations of some of his inventions and stuff. I'm just like, this guy was a genius, where you could tell he was also like a little crazy. You ever heard some of the stories about what Leonardo da Vinci was getting into? He was interested in anatomy, and so he was like taking these bodies and just like, nobody's gonna miss it. Let's bring it down to the basement and let's see what's going on inside of it. It's like a little bit sociopathic. Isaac Newton. Wasn't Isaac Newton committed to like a lifelong celibacy? I also heard that he only slept for 2 hours a day. And you know what? You can see it. Good old Galileo. Oh, they were mad at you, Galileo, whenever you were like, hey, I think the Earth is round and the sun revolves around, or not, the Earth revolves around the sun, not the other way around. People were not happy with you. Napoleon. One of the most common misconceptions of history is that Napoleon was short. Napoleon wasn't short. He was actually completely like average or even above average height for the time. The thing is that he was always standing next to his biggest, strongest dudes. And so by comparison, he looked smaller, but that's just because as a general, it's like, yeah, you want your biggest, toughest guys like standing next to you. me see if I can find the painting. But yeah, it's a historical misconception that Napoleon was short. He was actually not short. He was like 5'8", 5'9". I'm trying to find the picture I was thinking of where it's like Napoleon standing next to some of his like lieutenants or his, but it's just like I'm not sure what painting it was. Anyway. Good old Beethoven. I love Beethoven. He's probably one of my favorite composers. If you ever want to get Beethoven, like if you just feel like you don't get classical music, or if classical music just isn't your thing, just listen to Beethoven's Ninth Symphony from start to finish. It's like an hour and 45 minutes long. Because back in those times, this was the equivalent of like going to see a movie or a theatric production. It was like a length of music that was the length of a movie. But Beethoven's Ninth Symphony is my favorite. It's the one that ends with the Ode to Joy, which you might recognize as the theme from Starz movie channel. That's a dated reference. Like, everybody knows the Fifth. Like, the Fifth was all well and good, but the Fifth definitely captures a different mood. If you go back and you listen to classical music, just try to pick up on what it was that the composer was trying to make you feel with that piece of music. And I like the Ninth because it's much more like uplifting. It ends with the Ode to Joy, which is just a fantastic piece of music. I think it might have been one of the pieces of music that we sent out on the Voyager spacecraft. AI is very interesting, and it's improving very rapidly, and I'm curious to see where things go. I'm curious to see where things go with AI as we continue to develop. How can I not be so hard on myself when I skip a workout or cut a workout short? I have this goal in mind of how I want my body to look, so I get really upset when I don't keep on schedule. Alright, let's talk about it. I think the first thing that comes to mind here is let's just rationalize it. Let's just rationalize our choices. Yeah, what Leyland said is true. Doing a short workout is better than doing no workout. That was something that I was going to say. You know, just showing up and putting in some effort is better than doing nothing. sometimes you have to take it a little bit easier, because if you go too hard, you run risk of injuring yourself. You run risk of, burning yourself out. A lot of people will make that mistake. A lot of people will try to like pick up a gym routine. They want to get fit. And so they go really hard. They go really hard, and then they're just so sore that they just stop going, because it's you don't want to put in so much work that it ends up hampering your progress, because this isn't something where we can just work indefinitely. It's something that, we need to remember to take breaks. We need to remember to adjust our expectations as the situation changes. If you do really feel bad about it, like you missed a workout or you had to cut a workout short, just try to make up for it elsewhere. Go a little bit longer on your next workout. Space it out over the next few workouts. Just catch it up. But realistically, if there's a reason, if you ended up not making it to the workout, or you had to cut the workout short, there was probably a good reason for it. As long as that reason wasn't, I just don't feel like it, or I'm just lazy, Just remember that you're gonna achieve those goals easier if you cheer yourself on along the way, instead of beating yourself up along the way. Going to the gym and working out is about celebrating what you can do, not punishing yourself for who you aren't. You're not doing this to punish yourself. You're doing this to help improve yourself. And that's going to mean some physical improvement, but also some mental improvement. It's a good opportunity to start reframing my mental perception of myself. As long as you're not flaking out consistently, then I think you're just fine. Is caring about who I am as a person bad? Well, why would it be? Like, you are the person that you are, and you're gonna be that person for the whole time you're here. You're gonna be you. So why would it be bad to care about who you are when it's the person that you are the entire time you're here? You should care about who you are. What's the point? Well, what's the point? I don't think we're put here to hate ourselves. I don't think we're put here to just not care about our own happiness, our own satisfaction. I think we should care about who we are as a person. Because caring about who you are as a person is what helps you to become a better person. You can't really do that unless you care. I guess what I would say is that not caring about who you are as a person is more often than not what drives you into being a not so good person. If you just don't care, then what's the point? Might as well be a piece of shit. I feel like that's where a lot of people end up. They just stop caring about who they are. They stop showing up in their own life. They stop clocking in. They go off the rails and they say, oh, let's see how far we can go. Apathy is your enemy. we as humans have a tremendous capability to not care about stuff, and we need to keep it in check. We need to keep that thing in check, because our ability to just overlook, dismiss, distract ourselves, just like, no, we should show up. We should care. Because that's what gives things meaning. A nihilist might say that life is meaningless, there is no point, everything is impermanent. And what I would respond to with that is that something does not need to be permanent in order to have value. Sometimes the fleeting nature of things is what makes them beautiful. Like those flowers that will bloom on a cactus, and they may only bloom once every decade, I heard someone say that ADHD and autism are like two sides of the same coin, more or less, and that it is possible to be both. Oh, it's definitely possible to be both. I would say there's some overlap. It's more like a Venn diagram. Instead of two sides of the same coin, imagine that coin split into two halves and they overlap each other a bit, like a Venn diagram. I'm not sure I understand that because they seem pretty different to me. What makes them similar? Well, being perhaps overstimulated, distractible, just the neurodivergent aspects of it. There's a lot of similarities there. Also, people with ADHD, they might be hyperfixators. They might be the type to, they find something that interests them and is able to hold their attention, and so they binge the whole thing in a span of, days. And so there's a lot of overlap here. You can definitely have both. But at the end of the day, a diagnostic label is just a diagnostic label. What you deal with are the symptoms. And there are a lot of symptoms that they have in common. That is true. In learning about, mental health and these types of diagnoses and other diagnoses as well, is what you will notice is that there is a tremendous amount of overlap. Things aren't as clear cut as a person might assume when they, start learning about diagnostic labels. What you realize is that people are people, and people are complicated. And so how one person might view and define those symptoms might be completely different from how another person views and defines those symptoms. So while there are some similar, symptoms that exist between the two, I would say that, two people with ADHD might look completely different from one another, and two people with autism might look completely different from one another, because the way that these symptoms are expressed, the different levels of severity can be different. You might have entirely different set of symptoms. The diagnostic system as it exists is a little bit flawed. The more you get into it, the more you understand it, what you realize is that What really matters is the symptoms that you're dealing with. The overarching label that you gravitate towards is not as important as the actual symptoms that you're dealing with. Hi, Papa. Have you ever tried, is this, what do you just pronounce this? Qigong? Is that right? Hopefully that's right. Qigong exercises before? I've been trying to get back into moving my body, and it's been fun experimenting with Qigong. I haven't heard of this before, I don't think. Let me look it up. Let's see what this is. I might have heard of it, but I might have... What is this? Oh, okay. It's a little similar to... like Tai Chi in a way. Okay. I do like to do this kind of stuff, like these types of like postures and poses and stretches and things, but I wouldn't say that there's a particular routine that I follow. Like, I love to do this type of stuff here, like these types of stretches. But yeah, this stuff's pretty cool. Doing these types of like low impact exercises are a great way to, you know, manage your long-term like chronic pain and your flexibility. It's a, you know, it's a great way to remain youthful. Love a good stretch. I should try one of these routines. These seem pretty cool. Yeah, I would say that the philosophy behind this and Tai Chi are pretty similar. Like, it's just about, you know, being in motion and, you know, having a full range of motion. You know, you're moving, you're stretching, you're being active. It's all about being not sedentary. You know, it's about just keeping it flowing, keeping your energy flowing. Yeah, this sounds cool. I'm in. I'm in. So yeah, what I've found is like I like to do this kind of motion and stretching. Like, there isn't a particular routine that I'll follow, but like I will take time to, like, you know, stretch out the hips, get the arms moving. So I think doing stuff like this is a great way to just get back into moving. You know, low impact, low stress, but still important stuff. So I would recommend, especially if you're just trying to get back into, you know, movement and exercise. I'm 16, and cheating on my partner fills me up with an indescribable amount of joy. It's not a fetish, it just makes me happy. I've cheated since 4th grade, and since then it has only gotten worse and worse. Recently, I've even slept with my girlfriend's friend and waited excitingly for her to find out. I just want to say that's concerning. You know, where do we see this getting us in the long run? Where do we think that this is gonna... Where do we think we're gonna end up if we keep going down this path? She ended up completely isolated from her friends and probably also from any other person she's ever met. What would you recommend me in order to get over this weird kink? Practicing empathy. You know, whether you like to admit it, what you did was heartless. What you did was kind of cruel. You know, other people are not playthings. They're not toys. So if you want to get over it, you know, put yourself in their position. How would it feel to have someone do that to you? This is the type of behavior that in the long run is going to put you into a place where you find yourself to just be very lonely, very disconnected. People are going to feel like they can't trust you. It's going to be a very scary, very uncomfortable place to be. And so I would highly encourage changing this behavior so that it does not continue. This is definitely not going to serve you in the long run. This isn't going to take you anywhere good. You gotta recognize that you are causing people pain, and that is bringing you joy. That should concern you. We don't want to derive pleasure from other people's pain. That's not good. That doesn't take us anywhere good. Where do things like this even start from? Is it gene things? Like, I'm not even gonna go out and say that it's something that's genetic. I'm gonna say that's probably something that was learned. You know, like maybe your caregivers or maybe your parents, you know, they just didn't set a good example for you. I'm not sure. You know, maybe you just saw people treating other people like objects and you thought that that was a good idea. But other people are not your toys. They are not your playthings. They are not objects. They are people. You need to treat them with the same respect that you would want others to treat you. But hey, you're young, so I would say get it out of your system. You know, you're young. You got plenty of time to turn that ship around, but this isn't going to take you anywhere good. I'm just going to be honest with you. Next thing you know, you're going to find yourself very isolated, very alone. People feel like they don't want to be around you. People don't want to spend time with you because they are afraid of you. They know that you are going to hurt them. That is not how you want to live your life. By hurting the people who put their trust in you. You know, people make themselves vulnerable and they put their trust and their love in you. You should not betray that trust. Do you anticipate the future? Just experience? Well, you gotta just use your imagination, you know? You're just making your best guess based on what you know, based on your experiences, based on your wisdom. You know, another theory, another like bit of speculation as far as why something like that might happen is you put your trust into someone else, you loved someone else and they betrayed your trust. You know, maybe it was a parent or a caregiver or someone else. You were made to feel the fool for trusting them and loving them, and the way that you cope with those feelings is by doing it to other people. You know, you want to regain the upper hand. You want to be the one who feels like they have the power here. You do not want power over people by inflicting pain on them. I don't need to explain to you why that's a bad thing. Like you want them to feel the way you once felt? Yeah, kinda, basically. It's like you were made to feel powerless, and the way that you regain a sense of feeling power is by making others feel powerless. It's a very common way that people will cope with the way that they've been made to feel, is by repeating that behavior. That's why generational trauma is a thing, you know? Don't be cruel. Don't be cruel to a heart that's true. Is this an outgrowth of a zero-sum game mindset? Yeah, basically. It's like with this kind of mentality, you're basically just gonna end up becoming an Andrew Tate wannabe, and, you know, you're gonna think that you're really cool, and you're gonna think that everybody admires you and looks up to you, but in reality, 95% of people think that you're an utter buffoon. That's how it goes. The only people that look up to you are the people who want to be you. And they want to rationalize their own shitty behavior the way that you rationalize your shitty behavior. Is there ever an unreasonable amount of time to experience PTSD? No. 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 You know, you don't need to compare your healing journey to anybody else's healing journey. You know, what matters most is that you make that journey. Whether it takes you a longer amount of time than somebody else, whether it takes you a shorter amount of time than somebody else, that doesn't matter at all. The only thing that matters is whether or not you did it. It's been 7 years since a very traumatic experience that I've had, and still there are things that sometimes trigger the trauma of the experience. That's normal. That's not an unreasonable amount of time. For some people, it takes decades, you know? It's not as bad or as fresh after the experience, but there are sometimes things that will trigger it in my head and makes my brain want to relive experiences. There are some images that make me uncomfortable still, and people don't seem to understand the experience. Sorry for the length. Well, this is for the apology. We don't take apologies here. Also, this is not a long question at all. Let me just say, this is an average length question. You should see some of the novellas I've had to read. You should see some of the novellas I've gotten to read on this stream. Some of you have been here for them. Some of you have seen me, 1,500 word essays. So yeah, not a long question at all. I would say that what you are experiencing definitely tracks for trauma. The good thing is that this is treatable. It makes sense that most people wouldn't understand it because most people don't even understand their own trauma, let alone somebody else's trauma, alright? So sometimes when we look to other people for understanding and empathy, they might just not be equipped for it because they're still trying to figure their own stuff out. They don't have the space in their brain to try to figure out our stuff too. So what it sounds like is, you're mentioning some images that make you uncomfortable and you are being triggered by things and they're making you want to relive experiences. The good thing is that this is very treatable in therapy. There are different forms of therapy that they can do to help you deal with these things, and I would encourage you to seek out some of those options. Whether it be something like EDMR. EMDR? I said EDMR. EDMR, electronic dance music rehabilitation. No, it's EMDR, eye movement desensitization. A lot of what goes into treating these types of things is desensitizing yourself to them, helping them move to different locations in your brain. When you are dealing with these types of traumatic memories, the reason why your brain wants to relive them is because those thoughts and those feelings and those memories are basically stuck in the wrong part of your brain. They're stuck in the short-term memory part of your brain, the part of your brain that is active and online right now, and that's why it feels like you're still there. That's why it feels like we're reliving. One of the things that we do to heal that is we move it. We move it in our brain. We move it into the long-term part of our brain. One of the things that they do to treat trauma is a therapy known as EMDR. Let's talk about it real quick. It's really interesting. It's a technique that was developed by trauma therapists, and it uses a mechanism of your brain in order to help your brain relocate its trauma, to help process and release those memories so that they can be properly digested and they can move on through your system. And it's done in an unusual way. It's done using eye movement. Now think about eye movement real quick, and think about dreaming. The time of sleep when you do the most dreaming is during your REM sleep, the rapid eye movement stage of sleep. There's some sort of correlation that's not fully understood between the movement of your eyeballs and the placement of objects within your brain, whether it be memories or sensations or emotions, whatever. There's a connection between the movement of the eyes and the relocation of things in your brain. Because when you're dreaming, what's happening is your brain is clearing away unneeded things. It's also helping to reaffirm the things that we're keeping. It's basically just like a defrag for your brain. And so we are taking advantage of a not fully understood mechanism of your brain, and we are using it to help people relocate traumatic memories. Isn't that fascinating? Now, basically, the way that it works... All right, let's talk about it. How does EMDR therapy work? It's a form of therapy that's primarily used to treat PTSD and trauma responses. You don't have to be diagnosed with full-blown PTSD in order to have trauma or trauma responses. A trauma response is just a behavior that exists today because of a trauma that I dealt with earlier in my life. You know, a trauma response could be, you know, if somebody starts yelling at me, I might quiet down, or I might start to have anxiety. You know, it's a response that is because of the trauma that I was dealt. So this form of therapy is based on the theory that traumatic events aren't properly processed in the brain when they happen. Basically, that traumatic event, that traumatic memory is too big. It's too much to handle all at once. It gets wedged in there. It clogs up the machinery. And this is why it continues to affect us. We have nightmares, flashbacks, we relive it, oftentimes long after it happens. When something reminds you of the trauma, your brain and body react as though it's happening again. The brain isn't able to tell the difference between the past and the present. So this is where EMDR comes in. It can help you to reprocess those memories to help you move past them. The therapy aims to change the way that the traumatic memories are stored in your brain. Once your brain properly processes the memory, you should be able to remember the traumatic events without experiencing the intense emotional reactions that characterize post-traumatic stress. Basically, you're able to properly remember the thing without feeling like you are currently in the thing. Now, during an EMDR session, it will use a light bar. Let me show you. I actually have models of these on YouTube. And so they'll have this light bar, kind of like this one in this thumbnail here. But the light goes back and forth. They might also have sound that accompanies it. They'll say, all right, go ahead and just follow the light with your eyes. And then while you're doing that, you'll talk about the trauma. You know, the therapist will be there with you and they'll start talking to you about it. They're like, tell me about what happened that day. And so it's that combination of the eye movement with engaging the trauma, and you're talking about it and you're processing it. It's actually starting to relocate now. So that's pretty cool. It's pretty ingenious that they were able to figure that out. A review of 87 studies on EMDR found that the two theories held the most promise, the working memory theory and the physiological changes theory. So, there are two main theories behind trauma, the working memory theory and the physiological changes theory. In reality, it's probably a little bit of both, because that's more often than not how it tends to be. It tends to just be a little bit of both. The working memory theory is kind of what I was talking about. The trauma is just kind of stuck in your active memory, and that's why you feel like you're there. That's why you feel like you're reliving it. That's why it feels like it's happening right now. Because that's what that part of your brain is for. That's what that part of your memory is for, is to get through the situation that you're in. And so, according to this theory, EMDR works through competition between where the brain stores information on sight and sound and where it processes working memory. And so when you're doing this, your brain is splitting its resources. You can't dedicate all of your focus to memory because you're also focusing on visual stimulation. And so it might allow you to feel a little bit distanced from your trauma. It's a way to help distract yourself as you're processing it so that it's not so overwhelming. The physiological changes theory is, some researchers have found that performing eye movements in EMDR can invoke physiological changes in your body. It can lower your heart rate. It can slow your breathing. It can, just put you into a more relaxed state. There are other theories, and this is the one that in reality, I think it's probably a little bit of all of these things because the brain is mysterious. You know what I mean? It's a mysterious thing. Rapid eye movement replication is another theory because that is a part of your sleep where your brain is consolidating memories and the eye movement has some sort of correlation. There's another theory that says that the movement of your eyes may impact your thalamus, which can cause a cascade of cognitive processes that allow greater control over emotional distress. The thalamus is basically the emotional switchboard in your brain. It's like, all right, how am I going to feel? And it all gets routed through the thalamus. That will be on the final, by the way. So EMDR is useful for treating trauma, for treating PTSD. It's also good for anxiety, panic attacks, depression, phobias, bipolar disorder, dissociative disorder, recovering from grief, eating disorders, pain management, personality disorders, stress, performance anxiety, sleep disturbances, and even substance use disorder. And so the outline for the therapy is like they get your history, they prepare you for it, you figure out what the target memory is. If it's like, if it all goes back to that time, if it goes back to that one day when I was, however years old, it's like, all right, we want to find that target memory. And then that's the one that we really hone in on whenever we're doing like the light bar and stuff. It really isn't good for bipolar at all. Been there, done that. Well, I wouldn't say that it's good for everyone. It's not good for everyone. Like, no method of treatment is 100% effective for 100% of people. That's why it's really important as a practitioner to know who it is that you're working with so that you know the approach to take. Keep thinking of the complicated extended trauma of war. So that's when we get into CPTSD, complex post-traumatic stress disorder. PTSD over time. It's CPTSD comes from situations where you feel trapped there. You are stuck and you are experiencing trauma on the daily. Now, it's stuff like this. It's stuff like CPTSD where you might, as a method of coping with that, end up developing something like DID. Oh, a follow-up to the other one? You're right, my third ex actually tried to cheat on me, although I'm not sure if she ever did. As revenge, I got her pregnant and made her get an abortion. Can I just say, that's a messed up thing to do to somebody? Like, do you recognize that that's just not a good thing to do to somebody? Like, I need you to understand that. We can't go through life treating people this way. It's not going to get us anywhere good. I made sure she'll never have sex again, and that was like a year ago when I was 15. I wasn't truly in love with her, though. Yeah, you're 15. You don't even know what love is at this point. I wasn't truly in love with her, though. I just couldn't believe that she tried cheating on me, since I always make sure to play the exact boyfriend they want, and I'm everything else but bad looking. Well, you gotta remember that the way that you treat people and the way that you view them as just objects and playthings is far from perfect. If you're just playing the role of being the good boyfriend, then you're just acting. It has to be who you are genuinely. The sooner you recognize that hurting other people is not a solution for dealing with your own pain, the better. You know, I understand that you might be hurting because of things that have happened to you in your life, but going through life hurting people because you are in pain is just going to make the world a worse place. If everybody acted that way, where would that get us as a species? It also appears that people subconsciously figure out you're not genuine. It's like, oh yeah, word will get around. It's like, word will get out. Be like, oof. Can't treat people like objects. It's not going to get you anywhere good. Treating people like objects more often than not finds you in one of two places. Neither of them are good. Also, you have to remember that the way that you treat other people is how they will feel like it is okay to treat you. If you go through life treating people cruelly, they will see that as the go-ahead to treat you with that same level of cruelty. If you want to be loved, you have to put love out there. I've heard some people got pretty rich doing just that. Well, if that's the price it takes to get to that level of wealth, you know, can't say it's worth it, at least for me. You don't want to get to the tops by stepping on people's necks, you know? Questioner, I hope that you have somebody responsible and respectable that you can look up to, somebody that can help to mentor you and make good choices. Because I feel worried that you're not on a great path right now. But it's also a great time to get your shit together. There's still time to turn that ship around. Got something for you. We were talking about generational trauma earlier, and somebody said it's a good idea for a presentation. And to that, I say, guess what? We've got one. This is one of my older presentations, so it's not as pretty and shiny as my new presentations, but let's revisit some of this info, shall we? We were talking about generational trauma earlier. Let's talk a little bit more about it. We're going to kind of speed run this presentation a little bit. Oh, heavy topic. Just another day in the brain domain. Let's talk about it real quick. Let's talk about generational trauma. Let me go grab my water bottle real quick. Because I ran out of, I had a Red Bull and it's empty and I need something to keep my mouth wet. Otherwise I'm gonna get dry mouth up here talking. You know what also sucks is that picture of me, that AFK picture, was saved to my other hard drive, so that's missing too. Like, I have to get that off of my old hard drive. So give me just a sec, I'm gonna go grab my water bottle. And then we'll talk about generational trauma. OPV! OPV is here. Love the vibes you bring. You're just in time if you're looking for a presentation on generational trauma. We were talking about generational trauma earlier, and somebody, I forget who it was, they said, that's a good idea for a presentation. And I said, guess what? I've got one, actually. Now, it is an older presentation, but the information is still good. It just doesn't have pictures in it. And I know we all like the pictures. I know I do. I pay better attention when there's pictures on the page. So we're going to talk about generational trauma. We're going to brush back up on this topic since it's been a while since we've covered it. Just recognizing how this kind of stuff can affect everybody. And how trauma can be passed down from generation to generation. It reminds me, okay, let me show you this. This is kind of silly. This is kind of goofy, but this kind of encapsulates the idea of generational trauma. It's something that it's up to you to break. I just, the thing that really gets me about this image, though, is this guy's face. It's like it's in a completely different art style, and it's just like, who is this guy? Like, what's he doing? What's he doing here? Jump scare. And it's like, okay, it's back to normal. It's like, I don't know what they were thinking with this one. Anyway, whenever I talk about generational trauma, this is what comes to mind for me. This particular image. So let's talk about it, shall we? Generational trauma. It's pretty easy to understand. It's when trauma is passed down between generations. That's it. It's, you know, let's talk about it real quick. Let's say that you had a parent or that, you know, they were mistreated by their parent and their parent, you know, maybe they lived through war. Maybe they lived through an economic depression, or they lived through some type of hardship, and that influenced the way that they were parents, that influenced the relationship they had with their children, and in turn that continued to be passed down the line. It could also be more than that. It could be, you know, there's a lot that can go into it. There can be parenting styles. You know, if the norm for your family was physical punishment, or, you know, yelling and screaming, or, you know, the way that they handle conflict, it's like those things are also passed down between generations. And so the thing about trauma is that it can be passed down between family members, but it can go even beyond that. It can exist within a community. It can even exist within an entire culture. You know, if the culture itself is dealt a trauma, you know, it can affect everybody who lives within that society, and they can continue to perpetuate it. This whole parenting thing sounds hard. Why did they never teach that in school? In my school, they had this parenting class where they gave you a robot baby and you had to take care of the robot baby for a few weeks and you had to like take it around. You had to like keep it on you 24/7. I never took that class because I didn't want to have to deal with any Furby baby. No way. Okay, so I'm revisiting this old presentation I wrote, right? And I'm trying to see where my head was at when I wrote this. I want to talk just a second about how trauma is treated. The people who treat trauma at a professional level, they use a certain approach, and that is a trauma-informed approach. What we are learning and recognizing more and more as our understanding of mental health and trauma improves is just how impactful trauma can be to someone's mental state. Because historically, trauma was often, undervalued or overlooked as a ongoing cause of your current distress. And so this rise in trauma-informed care has been a really great shift in the mental health world. We can really fully understand and emphasize the effects of trauma on a person. And so when it comes to generational trauma, it's important to understand that because it allows us to recognize the underlying causes of that generational trauma. It could be poverty, it could be racism, it could be violence. Any number of things can contribute to generational trauma. And so the whole idea of generational trauma is that trauma can be passed down from one generation to the next. And this can lead to a harmful pattern of behaviors, attitudes, beliefs. Historical events can also contribute to this. Things such as slavery, genocide, forced displacement. This has led to generational trauma in communities across the world. Think about indigenous people in America or in Canada. I'm referencing those because that's what's local and recognizable to me, is the way that the indigenous people here are treated. Indigenous people in the United States are still suffering the effects of this generational trauma that was imposed on them. And the thing about generational trauma is that it can really have a profound effect on a person. It affects their mental health, their physical health, their social well-being. It can lead to depression, anxiety, PTSD, substance abuse, and other health problems. Apartheid's another great example of generational trauma. If you are familiar with the history of South Africa, think about it right now. Think about how the trauma being put onto people right now is going to have a generational effect. How it's going to affect the families and the children and the communities of the people who are being affected by it. These mass deportations. It's happening right now. We don't even need to look back into history. We can look at the news right now and see it happening. The weaponization of that trauma to inflict more trauma, and that is the real tragedy of all of this, is that the way that many people will cope with trauma is by inflicting more trauma. And it breaks my heart. It breaks my heart. And just thinking about that, it even ties back into that question that we had earlier from that, that younger person. It reminds me of them. Like, hurting people is not the way to cope with the fact that you are hurting. All right, so I guess in this presentation, I was looking at generational trauma on much more of a broad scope. I'm looking at generational trauma in this presentation on like a global scale. A lot of the reason why there might be higher rates of poverty, crime, or social isolation within certain communities can be directly related to the generational trauma that they've experienced. We're not that far off from the Jim Crow era in the United States. We're not that people in there are still people alive. There are still people involved in politics who were alive when that happened, when that was the norm. There are people who are still around and kicking who were alive in a time where there was legally enforced segregation in our country. If you ever just look back through history and you see all of the unnecessary cruelty that was cooked into it, your blood would boil. If you ever go back and you actually just really remind yourself of how terrible things were. I'm going to kind of skip through some of this because I feel like, it's always interesting to go back into one of my old presentations because half the time I have to be like, no, what the fuck was I trying to say here? What point, what was I cooking? And so in this one, we're really taking like a really broad look at how generational trauma affects people and communities and how those patterns exist. But I feel like, for the sake of our discussion today, I kind of want to be a little bit more nuanced. I kind of want to be a little bit more specific. I'm kind of being very broad in this presentation, and so it is interesting to look back on it. If I were to make a new presentation, I think I would do one where I really just hone in on the effects of generational trauma within, like, a family. I feel like talking about it on a societal scope, I feel like that is important, but I feel like it's a little too broad for what we're trying to hone in on today. So while this is still definitely very important information, I do think that the scope is just a little wide for what I was trying to get at today. But we will cover that. We will get there. I just need to move through this a little bit. Also, this presentation is very wordy. I went a little overboard with some of the text here. Let's talk about the cycle of trauma. Trauma perpetuates itself. It makes more trauma. People are hurting, and then the way that they cope with that is by going out and hurting someone else. And I don't really need to take time to explain why that is stupid. Unequivocally, that is a dumb thing to do. Now, I understand why people do it. We understand the context and the causes behind it, but you cannot deny that to cope with your own hurt by hurting someone else is just really fucking dumb. It's just not a good idea. It just makes everything worse. Because not only does it not make you feel better, but it also makes you feel guilty for doing it, and then you have to start coping with your own feelings of self-loathing. And so it's a really fucking stupid thing to do. How do you deal with a school bully that bullies other kids because his dad is mean? Depends on the bully, I guess. Sometimes you just avoid them. Sometimes you gotta stand up to them. Sometimes you just gotta, be tough and tell them, that you're not gonna be intimidated by them. Sometimes you win over a bully by being a friend to them. And so it depends on the bully. Some bullies, they need connection, they need a good influence, they need a voice of reason. And so sometimes you make friends with them. Sometimes you stand up to them, and sometimes you just keep your distance. Depends on who you're working with. Alright, let me read through this real quick. Alright, we're talking about the cycle of trauma. Generational trauma perpetuates the cycles of abuse, neglect, and dysfunction within families and communities. Trauma can make it difficult for individuals to form healthy relationships, leading to patterns of abusive behavior that can be passed down to future generations. See, okay, you want to know why I wrote it this way? Is because when I was writing these early presentations, I was writing these more for, in the same vein of how I would write these types of presentations when I was in school. This feels like something I would do for school. But I've catered my approach, and I've made my current presentations a little less pedantic, a little less academic, much more applicable to like a wider audience. I don't want you to feel like you're watching me give a report that I'm trying to get graded on. I want it to be fun, but also educational. And I don't want it to be a snooze fest. Not that long ago, physical abuse was acceptable in schools by authority. It still is in some places, even in the United States. There are still schools in the United States that are allowed to use physical punishment on the students. Okay, I feel like I'm really just reiterating the same points here. I might need to redo this presentation. I need to redo this presentation. I need to redo it. I need to make it a little bit more specific. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm not... like, the information's good, but I feel like I want it to be a little bit more applicable to you. If I'm just talking about broad societal issues, I'm like, okay, that's important. It's not unimportant. It's good for, invoking discussions. But I feel like for the sake of our discussion today, I would like to talk just a little bit more specifically about family. And so I guess let's just freestyle it. Let's just freestyle it. Let's come over here and let's just ad-lib. Let's just do it off the top. I can come up with an actual new presentation later. But until then, let's talk about it still. Because it is something I wanted to talk about. Also, we've got another question in the box, so I'll get to that here in just a moment. I appreciate your patience. Let's just talk about generational trauma here for a minute. As far as it applies to a family, Now, I'm sure that many of you have heard this before. Probably not all of you, but I know some of you have. You've probably heard from your parents. You should be glad that my parents weren't your parents. Grandma and Grandpa weren't Grandma and Grandpa when I was little. I'm here for 2 minutes and already under the impression that he thinks himself to be the smartest human in comparison to everybody else, right? Mm-hmm. Well, that sounds like projection to me, friend. So you haven't been here long enough to see that I will openly admit that I know that I am a utter idiot. I am a complete buffoon. So try not to jump the gun. Generational trauma in a family unit. You gotta think that even within our lifetime, a lot of things have changed. It wasn't that long ago when the way that children would be disciplined was completely different. A lot more physical forms of punishment were widely acceptable, even legally, even used in school settings, you know. And what we know now is that physical discipline, physical abuse is traumatizing. And so there are a lot of people that are dealing with the repercussions of that, for example. And then you also want to look back and see how there might not have been the same level of emotional literacy in past generations, as far as like validating their children's emotions. What a lot of people struggle with is being made to feel invalid, unseen, unheard as a child, and then coping with that as an adult. They have a hard time, feeling confident about themselves or having a good sense of self-esteem. And then you need to take a look at how the way that we learn how to cope with these feelings, with the ways that we're treated, we might not be using the healthiest coping mechanisms. We might turn to things such as, too much food, or, high sugar, high carbs. When we're stressed, that's one of the first things a lot of people do is they reach for a snack. A lot of people may turn to substance use, which in turn ends up becoming its own form of trauma. And so now the trauma has led into more trauma. And now we are moving down the line, passing the baton. I would always get hit and then told to apologize. Then when I became an adult, I would get told I apologized too often. It's almost like a defense mechanism, right? It's like, I need you to know right now that I am sorry. I need you to know that I am sorry. Please don't hit me. We find ourselves worrying that people are much more easily offended by us than they actually are, because we are viewing them in the same way that we viewed our parents when we were young. we really do learn a lot about how to engage and interact with other people based on how we are taught to behave and interact with our caregivers. So don't bonk people who apologize. Now, I'm bonking you as a polite reminder that you don't need to over-apologize. Because we've got a lot of people who have that same response. Over-apologizing is a very common response. I've met a lot of people who do it. You know, they're always apologizing. You know, they feel like they have to apologize for just being there, or they feel like they're in the way. You know, or they're like I'm so sorry. I know my presence offends you. You know, just. Don't like the bonk alert, TBH. I'm about to bonk you. The system works. The system works, all right? That was for Chumpy. Sounds like a coconut. Sounds like a cartoon coconut. It's my anti-violence training. That's why it's a cartoony sound. That's why it's not a real, like, meaty, you know, bone-crushing sound. It's a cartoonish coconut falling on your head out of a tree. And then you get a big lump. You go, whoop. You know what I mean? How does manic depression differ from regular depression? All right, let's talk about it. Manic depression is an outdated term. It's still used today, but not in a clinical context and definitely not in like a medical context. It's outdated. This is what they used to call what is now referred to as bipolar disorder. Bipolar disorder is formerly known as manic depression. And manic depression is when you have those types of mood swings from like a low depressive state into a manic state. Here, let me show you like a... I find that a graph really helps to... This one has a clown on it. So they call it bipolar disorder. They used to call it manic depression because there is mania and there is depression. And mania and depression are the two sides of this emotional spectrum. Just like a normal baseline, the fancy word for that is euthymia. Just normal feeling. Just a fancy word for that. Depression is when you're down low, and mania is when you're up high. Now, there are different levels to the depression and the mania. If you're manic, but you're not quite manic, then you would be referred to as hypomania. You're still elevated, and you're above like a normal limit, because that line in the middle isn't really like just a line, it's kind of a range, you know, because we all have ups and downs. Let's see if we can find a better one, because this one... This one's a bit better. It's got that line in the middle. It's a range. It's normal to have ups and downs in your mood. Now, for bipolar disorder, versus regular depression, if you had just regular depression, you could just forget the whole top half of the graph. And then that's when we would just say that that's just depression. But formerly known as manic depression or bipolar disorder is when you will see both ends of this range of mood. Now, mania has levels to it. It has hypomania. And just as a little bit of side information, there are different types of bipolar disorder. The difference between bipolar disorder or bipolar 1 and bipolar 2 is whether or not you have a full-blown manic episode. That's the only difference. If you have had a full-on manic episode, that would be bipolar disorder type 1. If you have only ever had hypomanic episodes, that would be bipolar disorder type 2. Now, do you want to know the difference between a hypomanic and a manic episode? You want to know the cutoff for that? The cutoff for mania versus hypomania is whether or not you have to be hospitalized, inpatient, basically for your own good, because you're out there, you're emptying your bank account, you're just acting very out of character. Being in a manic state can be very self-destructive. You find out and it's like, oh, my friend needs money. It's like, I would do anything for them. Like, I'll sell my car, and you're selling your car, or you're buying a new car, or you decide that you've always wanted to be an opera singer, and so you're gonna move to you're gonna move to France. You're gonna move to the French countryside. You're gonna open a vineyard. And so people in a manic state are making very big, life-altering decisions, oftentimes many times a day. To the point where it's actually harmful to them. Because they have a very hard time, maintaining focus. It's very, you're jumping from one thing to the next. It's like, you're making all these grand plans, but you're having a hard time following through on any one of those plans because your thoughts are very scattered. When a person is in a full-on manic episode, you would know. It's unlike anything you've ever really seen before. Now, the thing about a hypomanic episode, since it's not as extreme, it can be more maintained, and a person who is in a hypomanic episode, they might get much more of a sense of enjoyment out of that sensation, even though they might be living their life in a much more flippant and aloof way. You're like, hypomania would be like, I've got $800. I just got $800, and I know my bills are coming up, but I've always wanted to get So you're recklessly spending, you are, just making those risky choices, but it's not to the point where it's so rapid or so impactful that it would necessarily require you to be involuntarily hospitalized for your own protection. Because that's basically why they do it when you're in a manic episode, is it's like, we gotta keep you, we gotta protect you from you. I heard someone share their story of buying stuff they regretted in a manic episode. Yeah, like, spending your money is one of the easiest, like, if you notice that somebody in your life is just like making all of these impulse purchases, they're signing up for credit cards and they're doing this all in like a very short span of time, it's like, and it's like uncharacteristic for them, it's like, that's a time where we might show some concern for them. I didn't understand BPD much. Not everyone had the same issues. See, that's true. Because some people, like, you can enter a manic episode but be broke. Like, just being in a manic episode, like, I use the example of, like selling your house, moving across the country, spending every dime you have as, like, common examples of a manic episode. But you can be completely broke and still have a manic episode. You might think that you are, you know, you might just be feeling yourself a little too much. You're like, people will notice me. I am just so wonderful. I need to be seen. I need to be on Broadway. You know, I'm going to go to Broadway, actually. I'm going to hitchhike to Broadway, and I'm going to sing it. I'm going to sing out in the streets. I'm going to have people hear me. Because they need to see just how good that I am. They need to know what they're missing. And I just know that somebody's going to hear me and they're going to recognize my talent and they're going to put me on a stage. That's also mania. And that might not cost you anything. It might not cost you anything but time. So yeah, mania can manifest in a number of different ways. You kind of have to look at the person and ask yourself, like, is this in their normal range of behaviors? Is this something that I would expect them to do? Or does this seem out of character? That's something to really take into consideration. Any idea if it would be possible or common to misdiagnose ADHD in older people as bipolar? Yes, I would say that. And I say that not because of any other reason, but because bipolar disorder is one of those disorders that can get overly diagnosed or misdiagnosed pretty easily. And this is not just me talking, this is what one of my professors, who was also a practicing psychiatrist, you know, he would go and actually do like diagnosing, and he, you know, worked in the medical field. He worked, like, he had this really, like the job that he had was like, he would go to different hospitals and help them set up their psychiatric programs. He was like on that level of like, in the system, he's like, go in there and like show them what they need to do, and like, it's pretty cool. It was great to have him as a teacher. And one of the things he said was that bipolar disorder gets misdiagnosed all the time. Because the thing about diagnosis is that people get misdiagnosed all the time. You could go to 5 different doctors and get 5 different diagnoses. It depends on what they hear from you, what they, you know, are, you know, taking from their own experiences and the things that they've learned by working with other people. They're taking, you know, the aspects of, you know, your story and your experiences that you are sharing with them, and they have to kind of speculate and formulate this educated guess of a diagnosis. And a lot of people will get misdiagnosed, and then they'll not get a correct diagnosis until way later. It happens more often than you'd think. And that's why, once again, I would just really like to reiterate that when it comes to your treatment and your healing, what you are dealing with is your symptoms. What are the symptoms that you are dealing with? Are you dealing with the symptoms of depression? Because depression has all of it. It has a whole bunch of symptoms. What are those symptoms you're dealing with? Are you dealing with anxiety? What symptoms are you dealing with? Because that's what you treat. At the end of the day, you treat the symptoms, not the diagnosis. The diagnosis is just a handy point of reference for the doctors and the nurses and everybody who's going to help you deal with it, so that they have an understanding of what it is you're dealing with. A friend of mine years ago wrote a manifesto to save humanity when he was in a manic episode. Another great example of something that somebody would do in a manic episode. And they've suddenly got all this energy to do it. They're up until 4 or 5 in the morning, just clacking away at the keys. So just in looking at this, there are levels to mania and levels to depression. There's also a normal range of emotions, because it's normal to have ups and downs. But then you also can, and this isn't the most common thing. This is actually something, it does happen, but it's kind of rare to do because it's a delicate balancing act. A person who is in a mixed state, they're experiencing a little bit of both at the same time. And that's just because you got a big, beautiful brain in that head of yours, and it's capable of doing some really complicated juggling acts. And so you don't see it that often, but it happens. Also, as far as like a time scale, most people, it takes weeks or months to make a shift from like depression to mania. There's a misconception about bipolar disorder that it is rapid cycling. Now, don't get me wrong, that does exist. Rapid cycling bipolar disorder is a thing, but it's far from the most common form of it. It's actually pretty rare for somebody to have like these rapid shifts in their mood over the span of like days instead of, weeks or months or even years. Can a person with DID/BPD have a manic episode? Oh yeah, because you can have both. You can have bipolar disorder and DID. You can have bipolar disorder and borderline personality disorder. In fact, for a lot of things, there's a high, they call it a comorbidity. When you have one thing, it's more likely that you're actually going to have two things. Just in my time working in the mental health field, it's much more likely that you will see somebody with at least 2 diagnoses rather than just one diagnosis. Like, take anxiety, for example. Generalized anxiety disorder is one of the most commonly diagnosed. Anxiety is the most common reason why people seek mental health treatment. Depression is number 2. Maybe it's number 3 now. Anxiety is number 1. Anyway, what you'll see, like if you're looking through case files, let's say you work in the mental health field and you have access to case files, what you would notice is that a lot of people will have like a primary diagnosis of maybe they have schizoaffective disorder, maybe they're dealing with schizophrenia, maybe they're dealing with bipolar disorder, but they've oftentimes got a diagnosis for generalized anxiety disorder as well. you've noticed there's a very common comorbidity. Because as it turns out, having these other types of severe, mental distress, whether it be, a mood disorder, a thought disorder, whatever it might be, it brings anxiety with it. The instability, the stress, the frustration that comes from dealing with those other symptoms is also anxiety inducing. Anxiety about my anxiety. That's a good point. Anxiety is self-perpetuating. You can have a panic attack because you are afraid of having a panic attack. That's why you gotta hop on that bull and you gotta ride it, brother. Can't let her run all over you. What about depression? We talked about mania. Yes, let's talk about depression. Depression is probably much more common than we realize, and that's because people can maintain a much more, functional level. You might be barely holding it together, but you're at least getting through life. You're getting through the motions. You're able to hold down a job. You're able to, pay your bills. But maybe you're just feeling too drained and too exhausted and too disconnected to do much else. You're basically just in maintenance mode. So we might not see that as clearly as depression because it's less impactful. You might not feel like you're unable to brush your teeth, unable to take a shower, unable to get out of bed. The stuff that you see for severe depression, but it's still depression. And I feel like a lot of people are there. A lot more people than we would probably care to identify. And I feel like a lot of that is systemic to the society that we live in. Just look around you. There's a lot of depressing stuff happening right now. And there's been a lot of depressing stuff happening for years now. Hey, I have CPTSD. Anything you could tell me to help? If you have CPTSD, it's very treatable. And so I would try to have a positive outlook as far as how things could be for you in the future if you continue to work on it. Find someone that you trust and somebody who knows their stuff. Find a professional who specializes in trauma and work with them. It's definitely doable. You don't need to let it run your life. You can take your power back. You can live a much more genuine and authentic life if that's what you want. Also, I have agoraphobia. The thing about agoraphobia is if you want to treat that, the tried and true method, the gold standard of treatment, is exposure therapy. You have to put yourself into increasingly, potentially stressful situations. You start off by just standing outside your house or standing outside your apartment, and then you start to ramp it up so that you can become more comfortable. Go for a walk around the block. Go to the store on a day that it's not busy. Go to a store on the day that it is busy. You just slowly, gradually ramp it up so that you can expand your comfort zone. Because if you want to expand your comfort zone, you got to push through that discomfort. But as far as dealing with the trauma, I would find a trauma specialist. There are people out there who specialize in treating trauma. I would connect with them and start looking into those types of resources, or maybe, in addition to that, doing some research and reading more about the topic and understanding how trauma can be healed. most importantly, just keep that hope up. How long does anxiety typically last, and why is it so hard to know when you are experiencing it? I would say that the reason why it's so hard to know that is because anxiety puts you into a different mode. You know, when anxiety takes control, it puts you into a very alert mode. You're also getting adrenaline when you're anxious, and adrenaline has this unique property to it where it kind of makes time slow down. You know what I mean? You've ever felt it? And so your perception of time even can be altered just by this state of anxiety because you're on such high alert. Just keep breathing. Just keep breathing and you'll get through it. Take those big, deep, relaxed breaths. It'll activate your parasympathetic nervous system, and it'll help to calm your body and it'll help to calm your mind. The thing about anxiety is that we think of anxiety as just a feeling. It's more than just a feeling, though. It's a physical response. It exists both mentally and physically. And one of the best ways to manage anxiety in the moment that you are feeling it is to address the physical aspect of the anxiety first. Normally, we try to address the mental aspect of the anxiety, but that can be complicated. That can be stressful. That can be confusing. Dealing with the body aspect of it is much more simple. It's much more direct. It's also much more reliable in getting us to calm down. Curious if somebody can be immune to depression no matter how things get. I mean, do I have to have some predisposition to it? Or anybody can get major depression? There are people who do demonstrate a higher level of resilience to depression. This is true. Also, a lot of people will develop a resilience as, a response to the depression that they have endured. It can be something that also helps to shape the way that you address depression in the future. I would say that there are some people who just appear to be biologically immune to depression. Maybe it's, there are some people who just always seem to have a positive, upbeat attitude. Are those called grounding techniques? Yeah, whenever you're like, a grounding technique is just putting yourself into your body. It's putting yourself into your senses. What is my body telling me right now? What's going on around me? How does it feel? The feeling of the clothes on my skin, the feeling of the air in the room. Is there anything I can smell? Is there anything I can hear? By redirecting our focus into our senses, it can help to reduce our anxiety, and we'd call that grounding because it's grounding us in the moment that we are in. That thing you said about anxiety making you even feel time going slower is interesting. Could a person so used to suffering from anxiety to get some benefit? Oh yeah, that's when you would become an adrenaline junkie. See, now you're thinking of like, how can I master it? How can I master my fear? How can I master my anxiety? Some people end up becoming hooked on adrenaline. Like these crazy people. Like these absolute lunatics. These people who climb up to the top of a skyscraper and then take a picture of themselves. Or the people who climb up on top of these buildings and then jump off with a parachute. Or those people who, oh my god, those people who get into those squirrel suits. I don't know, not this, not whatever this is. I'm talking about this. Not this. This. Have you ever seen the videos of people flying and they're like going down a mountainside or like through a canyon in one of these suits and they're flying at like 120 miles an hour or something and they're just like like these people, they get a thrill out of it. It's the same mechanism, you know, as like anxiety, but instead of processing it as something fearful, they find it as something that they enjoy. And so it is something that you can learn to enjoy. Now, you don't have to go out and get a wingsuit to really get what you're looking for out of it, but maybe there's a healthier medium. You know, maybe there's a midpoint that we're more comfortable at. I need help on a decision. I was dating a girl that was insecure about me and left me for her hopes that her and her ex will end up together. 3 months later, a friend of mine invited me on a meeting with friends. It turned out this girl organized it but told them not to tell me. That's weird. All right, let's see. What are the... all night we were playing games and she wanted to be in my team, mentioning things like I did. Oh, so she realized she made a big mistake. Okay. Well... First off, she left you after 3 months to try to get back together with her ex. That's a good example of how she sees you. You know, you were a second place trophy, and she wanted to try to go back and get her other trophy, but that didn't end up working out. So she's like, well, I guess I got to go back with option B. You don't want to be option B. You want to be their option A. You want to be their first choice. So I would just say, you know, you've seen how she thinks of you and how she treats you, and I would just protect your emotional energy. You know, protect your own well-being here. I also don't think that you really owe them an explanation or closure unless you choose to do that. I feel like you are justified in walking away from them if you want to. And also, if you decide to talk it out and work through it together, that's also your choice. But, you know, ultimately, you got to remember, it's up to you. Well, I would just say, you know, that's a really bad footing to begin a relationship. You know, you guys are definitely not getting started off on the right foot. But as long as you're both willing to learn and grow and improve off of that, you know, it's up to you. Thinking about being distanced but not rude. I feel like that's perfectly fine. You know, as long as you're not going out of your way to be like rude or dismissive. You know, protect your own peace. You know what I mean? Protect your peace. And sometimes the best thing to do to protect our peace is to not start conflict, you know? To just let sleeping dogs lie, to just let things move past us, and to just keep moving forward. Do you think it's ever possible to outgrow pure OCD? Now, when you say pure OCD, the thing that comes to mind to me is the pure O type of OCD, which is different from regular OCD. And so I'm assuming that that's what you're talking about. Either way, the answer is yes. You know, you can outgrow regular OCD. You can also outgrow the pure O type of OCD as well. You know, they're both treatable. There is very little that exists in the mental health world that is just absolutely, completely untreatable. Especially if you're committed to the healing process and you're willing to do the work that is necessary in order to heal, there's not much you can't do. You know, I'm a pretty big optimist as far as prognosis goes. Sometimes I get a little discouraged hearing it can only go into remission. Now, see, this was something that also bothered me whenever I was, you know, working in school or I was working in the mental health field. This is something that bothered me too. Is because when they tell you that, it makes you feel like it's gonna come back, it's gonna get you. And that just doesn't really seem fair, does it? That just doesn't really seem... Because why does it have to? Why does it have to? If you learn the new ways of... If you practice the new ways of thinking, if you learn the new coping skills, if you have it effectively managed, you could be in remission forever. Now, if you ask me, and this is me being slightly conspiratorial, because this is just, it's more of a feeling on my part, but I feel like part of the reason why they label certain types of diagnoses as only being able to be in remission instead of something that you can treat or cure is because they want to keep making money off of treating you. And so that's, you know, I will admit that that is me being slightly conspiratorial, but you also have to remember that our entire approach to mental health and treatment is conceptualized within a capitalist system. If we cure you, how can we keep making money off of you? And so, I feel like that's part of it. I'm just gonna be honest, I feel like that is part of it. And what I feel like this does is this has negative impacts on people. It makes people feel like I can't get better, I'm stuck this way. Why? Why would you be stuck that way? If you can do the changes you need to change, if you can learn the things you need to learn, if you can, you know, because your brain will rewire itself. Your brain will operate in a different way that it was operating before. You know, neuroplasticity is a thing. You need to change a part of your brain can change. It can rewire itself. It can form new connections, new thought channels. Neuroplasticity is incredible. For example, if you have damage to part of your brain, other parts of your brain can step up to take over the work from that other part of the brain. You can learn to work around it. You can learn to direct the traffic through other parts of the brain. The brain has a tremendous capacity for healing. Do not underestimate it. Do not underestimate yourself. And I feel a bit discouraged in how mental health practices will traditionally approach certain diagnoses as being untreatable or uncurable, because just because you don't know how to treat it yet doesn't mean that it is impossible to treat. Like, there are certain types of diagnoses that we assume cannot be treated, and that bothers me because I feel like they could be. Why couldn't they be? We just don't know how to do it yet. So why are we just saying that it's impossible? I don't like to believe that things are impossible, especially when it comes to something that is so complex and so full of potential as your brain. And it's discouraging for the people affected by it. That's the part of it that breaks my heart the most. I've met so many wonderful, talented people who just really limited themselves because they felt so constrained by their diagnosis. They felt like, well, I can't do that because I have this diagnosis. Or I would never be able to do that because I have this diagnosis. I'm always going to be this way because I have this diagnosis. And it breaks my heart to see it. So when I see stuff that people say can't be cured or can't be treated, I think, challenge accepted. Let's give it a try. Let's try something out of the ordinary. Let's try something different. Let's see what works. But no, OCD, very treatable. OCD is very treatable, so I wouldn't worry about what anybody else says. As long as you're committed to healing, as long as you do the work you need to do, because there is work that you'll need to do, but I think you already knew that. As long as you're willing to do it, you'll make it. You'll be able to do it. Even though I know I'm nowhere near the same that I used to be in a positive way, it almost feels like I'm being told that it's just a waiting game until stress fluctuation / rumination pops up again. See, that you really described the frustration that people are dealing with these types of diagnoses. It's like, well, I guess I'm just waiting to get bad again. It's like, it doesn't have to be that way. Just living with that dread, living with that worry, just think for a moment how living with that dread at the back of your mind that it's gonna happen again is actually contributing to it happening again. The fact that you feel that it is just a matter of time, could that be potentially making a self-fulfilling prophecy? Could you actually find yourself in that position because you feel like you have no choice but to return there? So what I would say is, you are learning now, and you have been learning the things that you need to do to manage it. Continue to do that. Become so good at managing it that even if it does pop up again, it won't be as big of a deal. You'll be able to get over it because you got over it before. It'll be easier the second time around. I'm just being told it's just a waiting game until stress fluctuations or ruminations pop up again, and that the intrusive thoughts fluctuations can never change or be taught to be like a regular person's brain. Again, why? How would they even know that? Right? Like, how would they know that it's impossible for you? I don't really like the amount of like doom that people will feel like has been imposed on them in these situations. Like, it's not predetermined. You're in the process of figuring it out. And who knows, maybe every single other person it was true for them, but maybe it'll be different for you. Who knows? Maybe you'll be the first person to be completely cured if that's the case. You have to have that belief. You have to have that mindset that even if nobody's done it before, I'm going to be the first one to do it. Just think about how that could carry you forward. So, like, we know that there are people out there who have been cured. We know that there are people out there who got much better. And we can know that the same is possible for us. Also, there's no such thing as a regular brain, alright? There's 8 billion people on the planet, and there's 8 billion different unique brains. To be fair, I think they said it's very rare for it to fully go away, so I guess it's sort of acknowledged. True. So they do acknowledge that it is at least possible, but what I would say is that just their outlook going into it is also part of what makes it harder for people. It's not about changing your brain into a regular brain. It's about figuring out how to make the brain that you were given work for you the best that it can. And that's a much easier task than completely changing your brain to be like somebody else's brain. What about identical twins? Do they have the same brain structure? Interesting question. They're gonna have unique brains because your brain is just so complicated. It's got, billions of brain cells making trillions of connections, and it's far too complicated. There's nothing quite like your brain. Oh, hey, Hexavir, how's it going? I wouldn't necessarily consider myself a severe case if that makes a difference. I would say it does make a difference because when it's not as severe, I would say it's even more treatable. I was hoping for a bit of encouragement with pushing through, even with some sentiments like that. Thanks. Alright, and I think we got that covered. I would just say, just stay committed to the process, Keep your head up, keep moving forward. Because, okay, so quick side note, because you mentioned this earlier and I wanted to explain the difference here, is there is a different type of OCD outside of normal OCD, and we call that pure O OCD. Pure O it's just thinking. It's just obsessive thoughts. We find ourselves dwelling on stuff or thinking about stuff, and we fixate on it. It might be mental images, it might be, but anyway, we find ourselves just stuck in a thought or a sequence of thoughts. It's a very draining and distracting way to be, just constantly just hyper fixated on a thought or just disturbed or bothered by a thought. That's what I struggle with most. I'm not much of a ritual type person. I think something that you would find to be very helpful in continuing to enhance your skills in managing your thinking, because that's the way that that's the way that I look at this, and I would hope that that's the way that you look at this, is I'm just continuing to learn how to better manage my brain. I've got this big, beautiful, complicated glob of electrified jelly sloshing around in this noggin of mine, and I'm gonna learn how to use the damn thing. But it's very complicated. It takes time to actually learn how to use that thing appropriately. And one of the best ways to learn how to do that is to just sit down and practice it. Just sit down, close your eyes, focus on your breathing. What meditation does is it helps to allow you to distance yourself from your thoughts a little bit. Now, what will happen is when you start practicing meditation, your brain's gonna freak out. It's gonna be like, oh! It's gonna snap back to whatever thought it was in. It's gonna go back to the way it was. Just keep doing it. Just put a little bit of space in between you and your thoughts, and next thing you know, with a little bit of practice, you'll be able to have a much clearer mind. You'll feel like there's much more space to work with up here. What part of your brain told you those glasses were the play, Chief? My neocortex, I would say. Who knows? Maybe it was more primal than that. Maybe it was my amygdala. I've gotten pretty good with just letting the thought pass by and not interacting with it, but also acknowledging it so I'm not running away from it. It seems to reduce the rumination cycle. That is a fantastic start. That is a fantastic start. Do you want to talk a little bit more? I'm interested in this topic. You know, pure O is not something that you see all that often. It's relatively rare. Like traditional OCD is much more common. But the thing about pure O is that it's something that tends to happen in people who generally tend to be pretty smart or pretty aware, pretty intelligent. It's almost like you're too aware for your own good. And so you end up dwelling on stuff that you feel like nobody else is noticing, or you find yourself fixated on stuff. You're like, why aren't people worried about this? I'm worried about this. Why is everyone acting like this is okay? Are you thinking of doing a doctorate? Honestly, it would be nice to like make people have to call me doctor. I think that would be a nice flex, but I'm also comfortable where I'm at. Like, do I want more debt? Do I want more debt just so that I can flex? Maybe. Maybe worth it. Maybe. I've often wondered if I'm pure O for this reason, but I'm not willing to diagnose myself. See, you're smart enough to not diagnose yourself. The thing about self-diagnosis is don't do it. Doctors don't diagnose themselves. Why would you do it? See, the thing about being called doctor is that you could just have people call you doctor. Like, if you were just choosing to call me doctor of your own free will, there's nothing I could do to stop you. There are all sorts of people out there who go around calling themselves doctor who don't actually have doctorates. Dr. Dre? Is he a doctor? Dr. Demento? Was he a doctor? Dr. Strange was a doctor. He was a surgeon. Who else? Alright, let's just... Hold on. I'm gonna look on Spotify real quick. You know, if I look on Spotify, there's all sorts of artists that have doctor in their name, and I don't know how many of them would actually be doctors. How many of these people do you think are actually doctors? Dr. Woke? That's a name. So, I don't know. I need to see some credentials. Dr. Flamingo. How about Dr. Zot? This guy looks like a doctor. This guy looks like a mad scientist. Normalize calling all of your friends doctors. You know, next time you go and you see your friends, just say, doctor. My question box is loading slow. Okay, here we go. We got another question in the box here. The group of people I had access to growing up, the groups of people I had access to growing up involved a lot of bullying and exclusionary behavior. Well, that doesn't sound like fun. I'm finding it hard now to trust new people and friends that I'm making as an adult now, even though we all seem well adjusted and in a good place, and these new people wouldn't have a reason to socially go behind my back or anything. Well, yeah, that's because they're friends. Those friends you had before weren't friends. These are friends, so it's different. How do I deal with this type of thinking making me want to isolate? Alright, don't isolate. When you feel that urge to isolate, that's you returning to an old way of thinking, and that is letting the past write the future for you. And we don't need to do that. So how do we work through this? There are different ways. If you have these feelings or concerns and you feel comfortable talking to your friends about them, that's a good option. You know, if you want to tell them about your history, just be like, you know, whenever I was growing up, I thought these people were my friends, but they were actually just, you know, terrible. And so nowadays, I sometimes just find it a little hard to open up. I find it a little hard to connect. You know, you might be able to relate to them on some level. You know, you might be able to grow closer and understand each other a little better. So that's an option, you know, and use your own judgment in doing that, you know. You don't need to like bust it out at the party and be like, here's my PowerPoint presentation on my trust issues. You know, maybe just one-on-one with a good friend. So we don't want to isolate. We actually want to try to connect. That's what we're going for. We are seeking genuine connections with people. And so how do we find genuine connections? By doing them in a genuine way. Remind yourself as often as you need to that point that you made in your question here. You made a point here. The friends that you're making as an adult now seem well adjusted, they're in a good place, and they don't have a reason to go behind my back. Remind yourself as often as you need to that you've got nothing to worry about. Because sometimes that's how changing your mind works. Reminding yourself over and over and over and over and over and over and over until the new thought sticks. Whenever I find myself wanting to act in a way that was taught to me through adverse past events, I try to do the polar opposite. That is a solid bit of advice. Just think about how that takes your power back. Because now you're actually able to use those adverse experiences as a tool. They are telling you what not to do. And that's useful information. Learning what not to do or knowing what not to do is just as important as knowing what to do. So I would say challenge yourself to grow closer. Challenge yourself to show more trust. Let some of those walls down. Be comfortable being vulnerable. Do all of the things that you couldn't do in those other relationships. Now's the time to do it. You need to get out and socialize in person more soon. Oh, I feel ya. I feel the need to do that myself as well. It sucks in the winter. I find myself just very isolated in the winter. I don't really care to go anywhere. It's cold. But I do try to socialize in other ways. You know, getting in a group chat, a voice call, playing games with friends, you know, staying connected in the way that I can. Cutie Cheeks, you deserve guilt-free Stardew Valley in a clean room. That's what we want for you. Being a degenerate gamer who's just, you know, accumulates stuff around them, it isn't really it. It's just not really as fulfilling as we like to think it is. I wish I could clean. How much cleaning could you do in 5 minutes? Do you think that you could work up enough energy to do 5 solid minutes of cleaning? 5 minutes isn't that much time. You can do anything for 5 minutes. Do you think you could work up enough energy to do 5 minutes of cleaning? You might surprise yourself with how much you're able to do in 5 minutes of cleaning. Adrian, thank you for subscribing. Thank you, Adrian. See, this is one of my favorite strategies when it comes to getting yourself up and doing stuff that you really don't want to do. Like, let's say you're just feeling a bit depressed or feeling a bit down. You know, maybe there's a pile of laundry building up. Maybe there's, you know, dishes that need to be brought to the sink or put away. Maybe there's, you know, Diet Coke cans all over your desk. Start with just doing it for 5 minutes. You can do anything for 5 minutes. And then after that 5 minutes, see how much more you could go. Could you do another 5 minutes? Because I feel like, and this is probably something you'll agree with here, is the reason why we have a hard time getting started is because it feels overwhelming, all of the things that we know we're going to have to do. We recognize that we may have potentially hours worth of work to do, and so we are worried about trying to access hours worth of energy. We're worried about trying to find an amount of energy that feels like it could propel us through nonstop hours of work, and that's kind of silly. That's kind of silly. Start small, work your way up. You can do a surprising amount of cleaning in 5 minutes. You could walk to the kitchen, grab a trash bag, come back to your room, and put all of the trash in a trash bag in under 2 minutes. Sometimes even a good point, and this is something that I found to be helpful too, is to start timing yourself. You know, if you hate doing the dishes, just time yourself. See how long it actually takes to do the dishes, because it probably feels like it takes forever, but then you time yourself and you realize, oh, I got the dishwasher loaded and that took me less than 10 minutes. That wasn't that bad. It's always less time than you think it is. I think I'm going to do a 5-minute timer to clean, and I'll stop when the timer goes off. Don't decide now what you're going to do 5 minutes from now. Worry about that when you get there. If you get there and you're like, you know, maybe I could do 5 more minutes. If I do 5 more minutes, that's twice as much cleaning. And that's still only 10 minutes. That's not that much time. I've taken longer poops. So don't predetermine. Wait until you get there. Do it 5 minutes at a time. Reassess every 5 minutes. I like to put on ridiculously high energy or catchy song. Oh yeah, if you need to clean, put on some cleaning music. If you need to clean, what you need is cleaning music. What you need is something like this. This song is one of my mental mood hack songs. It's like I keep this song on the wall behind a pane of glass, and it says, "In case of emergency, break glass," and then I crack this one out. This is Katrina and the Waves, "Walking on Sunshine." Not sure why I prefer upbeat synthwave personally. Doesn't matter why, it is what it is. Upbeat synthwave is good too. It can be very cinematic. You know, it can be very like, you know, it sets the score. You know, it helps to give us a little bit of that momentum. I highly encourage having a mood booster playlist. You know, find songs that you love and put them onto a playlist. Anyway. That song is the default for my brain, at least. Oh, boogie a little bit. Boogie a little bit while you do it. Some upbeat music can also really help to lighten the mood a bit. You know what I mean? Sometimes when we're really just caught up in our feelings or we're just feeling overwhelmed by sadness or grief, sorrow, despair, whatever it might be, you know, sometimes we just need something to boost us up a little bit and remind us that it's okay to not take ourselves so seriously all the time. Life is a musical thing, and you're meant to sing or dance while the music is being played. I made a positive affirmations playlist at one point. We need that in the prompts and affirmations section of the Discord. Only positive. OPV, you sound so much further ahead in Stardew Valley than me. You've really got it going on. Truffle oil machines? You're farming rain totems? Automating everything? I love Stardew Valley, actually. It's, I'm not that far in it, though. I'm in year 2 on my farm. I'm in year 2. I just got my greenhouse unlocked. Isn't that, what you get for completing the community center. Oh, one of the... Okay, yeah. Oh, it's for one of the rooms. Okay, yeah. I remember. Okay. My lady friend gets upset sometimes because all I want to do is fight stuff in the mine dungeon, but I love it. It's like, hey, somebody's got to be down in the mines, especially if you're playing local co-op. It's like one of you can be down in the mines fighting slimes, and the other person can be, you know, fishing or watering the plants. She wants me fishing. Say, not fishing isn't for everybody, you know. Fishing, I like fishing in Stardew. It's not everybody's thing. If it's not your thing, just get crab pots. Just get crab pots. They'll do the fishing for you. I mean, they won't catch all the fish, but it'll... I mean, realistically, the most fishing you have to do is just the fish that you need to finish out the community center, right? The fishing is so hard on my laptop. I have a trackpad. Oh, no. Yeah, I think they do give you fishing experience. They also give you a reliable income of trash. A lot of garbage will find its way into the crab pots. If you play Stardew on your phone, one of the things that I think actually is much easier to do on the phone, because it's like touchscreen, the fishing. The fishing in Stardew, if you play it on the phone, is incredibly easy. You need to start farming crab pots. You can buy them from Willy. Like, I hate playing Stardew on the phone because the actual controls kind of suck, and doing the mines is terrible on a phone. Like, the phone touchscreen controls are terrible. If I was to play Stardew on a phone, I would probably hook up a controller to it or something. But I remember the fishing being very easy because you can just use your finger and you're just following the fish. It's very easy. Get a Steam Deck. I could do that, or I could just get one of those things that I hook to my phone that's a big game controller. Or you can actually connect a PlayStation controller to your phone through Bluetooth, and then you can use that. That's also pretty cool. You love the Steam Deck? It looks cool. Like, it sounds fun. I'm not the gamer that I used to be, you know? I'm not the gamer that I once was. I'll sit down and I'll play games, but like, playing games on the go, I find that's like I like to do like audiobooks in that time that I think used to be like my mobile game time. Now, when I was a kid, I had a Game Boy and I was obsessed with that thing. I was always on that Game Boy. Pokemon first generation. I play different types of games now, much slower paced or retro stuff. See, and I feel like that's one of the cool things about growing and getting older is that, you know, you find that your tastes change, and that doesn't have to be a bad thing. It actually opens up new avenues and interests for you. So, you know, just because you did find something boring or unappealing early in life doesn't mean that you shouldn't at least try to revisit it later. Your tastes have probably changed. Like, I tried to get into Stardew years ago when it came out originally, and it just wasn't really my thing. But now it's like, I love it. It's a great game. It's very relaxing, very peaceful. Oh, Atticus, you need to go outside? Oh, Atticus needs to go outside. All right, buddy. Oh, and it's about time for me to make dinner anyway. All right, everybody. I think that's going to be it for me today. That's going to be it for me today. This dog wants dinner. He's hungry. What types of games did you really love growing up? As a kid, I enjoyed JRPGs. I really liked Final Fantasy, 7, 8, 9, 10. But what I've found lately is that as an adult, I don't have the patience. I don't have the patience to sit down and play through a JRPG. Like, a playthrough of a JRPG, that could be an 80-hour playthrough. I can't do it. Another one that I really liked as a kid, but was also kind of scuffed because it had like translation errors and stuff. Another PlayStation 1 classic, The Legend of Dragoon. Nowadays, when I play games, it's either to unwind and relax, so I'm playing something like Stardew, or I'm playing like a strategy game. Like, I don't mind the occasional strategy game. But I do like cooperative games. I've been enjoying Marvel Rivals. Playing Marvel Rivals with my friends is a lot of fun. And sometimes I like to play a little bit of Darktide. Darktide's also fun. OPV, thank you for gifting that sub to Pipkin. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I want to play more co-op games, but we have a scheduling problem. Feel free to use the Discord as a place to meet people to play games. If there's a game you're looking for a co-op partner or something, reach out. Who knows? You might find somebody. Alright, Atticus, I'm coming. You hear this dog back here whining? He says, I'm hungry, buddy. Oh, you play? Oh, I sunk a lot of hours into Deep Rock Galactic. I sunk quite a few hours into Deep Rock Galactic. Right now, Mike is playing this War of Mine, and I was thinking about, I have that game, so I actually reinstalled it. I was thinking about trying that one, this War of Mine. DRG, you haven't, oh, DRG is a wonderful game. Here, I'll, Deep Rock Galactic. Deep Rock Galactic. You are a dwarf and you work for a mining company in space, and you have to go down to a bug planet and mine precious minerals and shoot lots of bugs, and it's very fun. It's a completely destructible environment. There are 4 different classes, all sorts of different weapons and builds and specializations. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. It's a good game. You can play it single player. You can play it with a team of 4 people. Procedurally generated caves. 100% destructible environment. It's kind of like if Left 4 Dead and Minecraft had a baby and you were a dwarf and you were in space and you were fighting bugs. Yeah, I've played a little bit of this War of Mine, but I haven't played that much, and that's why I wanted to revisit it. It's a literal Warzone simulator. Also, it's on sale for $2 right now. Is it going to take me to the page? Hello? There it goes. It's by the same team that put out Frostpunk, 11-Bit Studios. I think they're a Russian game developer. But yeah, you're literally like surviving in a war zone, like scavenging for supplies. It's intense. But I feel like this is, I don't know. This is something I'm like, I think this is something I want to revisit. Yeah, I've only played 9 hours. And that was probably 10 years ago. All right, I'm gonna go take care of this dog. He's hungry. This dog, he's hungry. Alright, everybody. Hope you all have a great night. I will see you all next time. I'll be back on Tuesday. You all have a great night. Take good care of yourselves. I'll see you then. Until then, keep up the good work. Keep your head up. Keep moving forward. On to the next one. Alrighty, everybody. See you later. Peace. Why didn't my command go through? Hello? Okay, it worked that time. That was weird. Okay, that was strange. I've had it do that to me before where it'll, like, not raid properly, but... Awkward now? Well, you know, it is what it is. We roll with it. We embrace the awkward. Alright, everybody, have a great night.